just want to end it. I want to end it. You know, we're not losing American lives. We're not losing American soldiers. We're losing Russian and Ukrainian, mostly soldiers. Some people, as missiles hit wrong spots or get lobbed into cities like Kiev and towns. But, you know, if I can save 7,000 people a week from being killed, I think that's a pretty... I want to try and get to heaven if possible. I'm hearing I'm not doing well. I hear I'm really at the bottom of the totem pole. But if I can get to heaven, this will be one of the reasons. Well, I think I saved a lot of lives with India, Pakistan. They were going at it. The planes were being shot down. That was going to be maybe a nuclear war if I let that go. And I did that through trade.
Episode 130. This isn't sustainable. With special guests GERALD CELENTE and an all-new top censored news of the week. And here's your host, Matt Weinglass.
Here we are. Let's do it. Here we go, guys. The homeless left is back. A non-tribal approach to news. I'm your host, Matt Weinglass. We've been out for a little bit. Actually, we've been out getting some well-deserved, not R&R. Well, okay, a little R&R, but been getting some vitamin D, been getting some immune health improvements, things that we all need to remember. We forget about these things on the day-to-days and the chaos and the hectic weeks that we're all, you know, actively trying to get through, always playing catch up, always trying to get to the weekend, or whatever your case may be. But we have to find ways to take that time for ourselves, because then we are in a better place mentally, spiritually, all that stuff when we come back to the mix and hit the ground going again, which we're doing right now. Actually, we had a little warm up yesterday. Got to do a little Garland Nixon convo. You guys go check that one out. But yeah, this is, you know, haven't missed a beat here. I mean, it's like the world didn't pause when we were gone, but you know, it seems like we are dealing with the same stuff over and over again, the same propaganda machine, the same censorship industrial complex, the same military industrial complex, and the same usage of propaganda to keep us divided and scared and confused, and everybody in their little tribes. So those are the things that we are here to call out, to challenge, to be skeptical about, to be curious about, and then to help ourselves, like I said, about our mental, spiritual, physical strength and well-being. That brings everything together. So if there's one thing we can be grateful for over the last few years, and since we started the show, we can be grateful for the ability to learn from all of this chaos and become stronger and better and more on point and sharper than maybe we've ever been before, that we opened our eyes and pulled the curtain back. Because we can't unpull the curtain, guys. You can't unpull it. We've seen it. Here it is. This is the reality we're in. So let's utilize the information. Let's apply it. Man, the health stuff, just that alone, it's been awesome. Just kind of taking in information that we never even had. Stuff that never occurred to me before COVID, never even crossed my mind. Besides, you know, going to the gym and, you know, not eating fast food. That was kind of the extent of it. Now we know a lot more about the poisons and the deliberate attempts to keep us in this sick care system. So that, again, so you guys, you know, if you're part of the show, you know, these are the conversations we've been having. We want to welcome everyone to the show from all the different channels that we're on now. Definitely shout out to our Rumble family. You guys have been here with us the whole way. And, you know, Rumble is just, something that, you know, we're going to be just as critical when Rumble does screwy stuff. But we also have to give credit to the fact that they've never pulled our plug. And that's good. That's really good. I can't say the same for YouTube. They actually have pulled our plug. We've lost our channel on YouTube. The Homeless Left used to be on all three. Now it's on Rumble, Twitter, so you guys can follow us there, Rumble, Twitter. I can't say that anymore about YouTube. We had to start a burner channel. It's called THL Presents. So if you try to type in The Homeless Left on YouTube, it ain't going to come up. You know why? Because they told us that our conversations are too dangerous. They hurt the community. The community needs to feel safe. And if we're having conversations that's unsafe because apparently words are violence. So that's the world we live in now. But you guys can support us on THL Presents. That channel is working right now. So far, so good. So all your support goes a long way. We will be back. We'll be doing some engagement with you later in the show called Talking Back. So any of your comments on these platforms, you can also go on our Facebook, my personal Facebook page. We just kind of keep that going for the community here in Los Angeles, just to see if they have gotten curious like we have about any of these conversations, or are they still just like, vote blue no matter who, keep your mouth shut, put on a mask. And Trump's the greatest threat we've ever had in the history of our planet. Let's get rid of him, and then everything will go back to normal and nice and cool, because everybody else, they mean well for us. He's the only one that doesn't. I just want to be clear. That's the sentiment going around with a lot of people. But hopefully we can educate people that it's a lot worse than that. Trump's bad for sure. It's a lot worse than that. It's a whole lot worse than that. But we'll hold everyone in check, which we do on the show equally. Okay. With that said, today's show, I'm really excited. We're calling this episode "This Isn't Sustainable." We're going to be joined momentarily by our co-host Craig Pasta Jardula. I'll bring him here in a second. We have our other co-host Jay Scott stopping by. Because we haven't been able to do the show for so long, we're all going to be chipping in today. And then we have our special guest coming in soon. Very excited. We haven't had him on before. GERALD CELENTE. It's going to be awesome. But we have a lot of anti-war conversations to get to today. And then a shout out at the beginning. You guys saw that Trump opening, wanting to get into heaven. We edited that with little Gaza footage, just for context of what that would even mean when you talk about getting to heaven. But we'll get to more of that later. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get the show going right now and bring in our co-host, Craig Pasta Jardula. Here he is.
I'm sorry. Hold on. First of all, my background is not blurred.
Oh, okay.
Can you do me a favor?
Yeah.
Can we do that again? Because I have a joke that I wanted to kind of like, why isn't the blur working?
Okay. Well,
there it goes.
There you go.
Wow. StreamYard.
You got it.
Right?
Okay.
I'm doing construction and stuff, but
we'll try it again. Here we go. We're starting it again. We're doing it again. All right. Without further ado, we'll get started with the show today. We'll bring in our co-host for the day. You know him, you love him. Please welcome back to the show, Craig Pasta Jardula.
Josh Allen. Wait. Ashton Genty. Ashton Genty. Wait. Jamar Chase. Final pick, final answer, second pick.
That's the final answer.
12-team, 2-quarterback starting league. That's the dilemma I'm facing, ladies and gentlemen. Do I have to take Jamar Chase at number 2? If, in fact, the guy at number 1 takes Josh Allen, remember, you can start 2 quarterbacks in this league, 12 teams. I'm picking at number 2. Because if I wait on a quarterback, I'm more likely stuck with Matt Weinglass's favorite, Baker Mayfield, or, Jared Goff, probably. And by the way, are we wearing the same shirt, just different colors? We got pineapples.
We're going pineapples. That's our favorite fruit. Me and Leslie, we coming back. We're still in vacation, not vacation mode, but just in, just
vacation
outside.
Mode.
I think the pineapple, the association with palm trees, the association with just that Hawaiian vibe, even though we didn't go to Hawaii, but that is, it kind of has that, that healthy outdoor sunshine vibe. So yeah, we kind of are on the same wavelength here. Yeah.
So aside from me getting crazy about fantasy football and getting ready for that and trying to deal with my health issues, that shit is just crazy. I've been so crazy consumed with stuff going on in the house and all these other things, but we still had a pretty cool star-studded week. We have a great guest today. We have a great guest tomorrow on Truthwire. Fee will be back. The reason why the Hawaiian shirts are taking place, ladies and gentlemen, in front of your eyes, is because Larry Johnson, I think, that goes on Judge Knapp all the time, wears Hawaiian shirts. So Colonel Wilkerson, from what I believe, who also goes on Judge Knapp, busted out a Hawaiian shirt, and Jamie said so. So I busted out a great Hawaiian shirt the other day for Monday's show. I got a great Hawaiian shirt for tomorrow, a great Hawaiian shirt for today, and we will be speaking with Karen Kwiatkowski tomorrow, Colonel Karen Kwiatkowski. I'm pretty excited about that interview,
Nice.
And I'll be wearing Hawaiian shirts, but that's why we're sporting Hawaiian shirts. I'm going to take off the sunglasses now because the joke is over. But seriously, if anybody has any comments about who I should take with the second pick in a 2-quarterback league, please help us out. I can use your help. You got any fantasy football leagues coming up?
No, man. I stay out of the fantasy football, man. You know, I've seen my friends, people kind of dive in. And I you know, nothing against it. I've kind of stayed on the sideline watching, but I'm rooting for your picks, Greg.
I'm going to be back in 5 leagues this year.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, I got different friends from different groups. The old restaurant I used to work one has one. I started a league called the 86 League. It was a restaurant league with a bunch of guys in that one. I'm returning to that league. And the other 2 leagues that I was in, I got a New Jersey, New York league with a bunch of Italian guys. So it's a good way to connect with friends and yell at each other and make fun of each other. And that's what we're doing now. And I've decided that I'm going to go back full stir crazy. The last couple of years, I've been paying so much attention to this, doing these things over here, that I kind of stepped away from the fantasy football. I decided that it's better for my mental health to step back into fantasy football, even though it's breads and circuses and a lot of these guys. But I'm able to talk politics with some of these guys now in the leagues, and that's kind of cool. So I'm going to be playing a lot of fantasy football. I got the second pick in that draft. In the 10-team league with 2 quarterbacks, I got the 8th pick. We'll see how that goes. That's going to be interesting too as well. And in the keeper league, since I finished last place last year, I got the first pick. And in the keeper league, Ashton Genty. I don't know. You a Raiders fan?
I've been one. Not since the Vegas move, no. But
it's interesting because I lived in Vegas and it's always been my second team. So the Raiders are like my second team. But I'm so pissed off at the Jets, right? And Woody Johnson. If you don't know who Woody Johnson is, he's the top Johnson, the heir to the Johnson & Johnson throne. He took off some time because he was actually working for the first Trump administration, and he let his brother run the team. Well, his brother hired the first Muslim coach ever, right? Head coach ever. His name was Robert Saleh. He's from Lebanon. And mid-season last year, he fired him. And this year, they didn't keep Aaron Rodgers. So there's a lot of talk. If you don't know who Woody Johnson is, he's an ardent Zionist. There's a lot of talk that, and I don't know if it's true, but on his last game, Robert Saleh wore a Lebanese patch on his arm on the sideline. And there's some people said that was the final thing that ticked Woody off, and he had to go.
Wow.
We don't know. We've never talked to Robert Saleh is back with the 49ers. He's the defensive coordinator. So he didn't fall that far back. He fell right back into another defensive coordinator job. So that's kind of cool. But he was one of my favorite Jets, the head coach, because I just loved his attitude, his energy, his story. Why he decided to go back to the NFL was after 9/11 when he thought he lost his brother in the tower. He's gone. Aaron Rodgers was let go this year too as well, in kind of weird fashion. They kind of let the coach do it. However, I think that Woody Johnson had a lot to do with it too because Aaron Rodgers' stance on the vaccine. Remember, his Johnson & Johnson vaccine got pulled. So the Jets are an interesting situation. I was ready to walk away. However, we got 2 African, what in the NFL, what they call bookends, right? Second year, left tackle, Ola Fanashu, I think his name is. Fanashu is his last name. I got to get his first name, Fanashu. His parents are from Nigeria. Immigrants came on over. The guy's just amazing. He's the left tackle this year, and he was drafted in the first round, top 10 pick last year. The last draft, the Jets drafted this kid whose family comes from Cameroon, I believe, right? And his name, I forgot his name. Oh my God. But they got 2 African bookends and they're very intelligent, have a lot of history. So I might be with the Jets just because of the African bookends and not let them go. But that's my NFL fantasy football story. Interesting stuff going on.
Dude, that's great. No, you seem excited, and I think you've done your due diligence and your homework. And I'm on your. I'm rooting for you, man. All 5 of your teams.
Well, it's just about the camaraderie for the boys. So more about that.
And slip some politics in there once in a while. You know,
I will. Because now they're asking questions. But one time they were asking questions, and somebody complained that it was on a fantasy football thread. So I had to go off the thread because one person complained.
Yeah. Well, you got to be careful because these football guys, it's very sensitive, and your words can be very dangerous. As we talked about.
2 of the guys in 2 of my leagues that were really close friends, Matt, they're not friends of mine anymore because of my positions on the COVID. Think about that.
Yeah. We all are empathetic to that one, Craig, but for sure.
You know what that's like.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Oh,
Rick Overton told me,
100%.
Matt, you didn't find out who your real friends were. You just figured out who your real friends were. You know, the way he says, you didn't lose friends.
You didn't lose friends.
COVID.
Yeah.
You just figured out who your real friends were. That's what he told me. And I'm like, you know what? That makes a lot of sense. So
yeah, you also got to discover who in your life, if they lived in Nazi Germany, who would be helping to hide people and who would be ratting people out. That was a nice little litmus test for that one. So, anyways, so, yeah, and we all know, yeah, that's nice little test there for us that we got to all live through. Okay, so with that said, let's get ahead and get to we like to start the show generally on Thursdays with a little top censored news. We're gonna save that till later in the show because we didn't get to do a Tuesday, and I want to do a little real fake news. So let's go ahead and do that. Here we go. It's time for real fake news update. It's a real fake news update, not brought to you by Pfizer. I'm here with co-host Craig Pasa Jardula, and we have some big news coming over from us from MSNBC, who officially, a few days ago, officially announced they are rebranding their entire channel. They're now going to be known as MS Now or MSNOW or whatever the hell they're saying now. I think it's about telling their audience, what's left of it, that they're breaking off from the corporate overlords and they're going to go renegade. Well, I don't want to tell you too much more about it. Let's let Joe Scarborough, Morning Joe, is going to tell you himself how excited he is about this new change and what it means about their brand and about what journalism is really about. Here we go.
Breaking news as it pertains to our network. This morning, a new name for the network by the end of the year. We will become MS Now, which stands for My Source for News, Opinion, and the World. And look, Andrew, they even have a graphic up. I like it.
There it is.
Actually,
the new logo.
It looks very sporty.
Very, very sporty there. Looks I'm a lot of letters in two colors there. That's great. Good job with that, AI. I mean, graphic designer.
As we go to Versant, we're going to be moving in this direction. MS Now, which I got to say, I got a call yesterday afternoon, and they're saying, "We hope you're okay. We're going." I was like, "What do you mean? Like this shows we're independent." And what I've said on this show time and time again is you look at the people that are running the company, they're entrepreneurial. Right. Like when you have somebody come into your company after working for like big corporations and you're talking, you're saying, and they go, "We want you to be entrepreneurial. We want you to come up with new ideas. We want you to push the boundaries." I'm excited about that. So I'm excited about this too.
He's so excited that he works for a massive corporation that, by the way, they get everything wrong all the time. I mean, the list is so damn long, Craig, how many things they get wrong, from COVID to Russiagate to Joe Biden's dementia to all the Ukraine war and in real time, the genocide right now. They get everything wrong. It's on purpose. And Scarborough still wants us to believe that he's a journalist who acts independent of the overlords that control him and puppeteer him. And he's trying to pretend that a phone call happened in which he got to say, "Yay, let's show those people that we're sticking it to NBC and we're going to branch out with our own name." That's what I'm getting from this opening. Yeah. And by the way, he's not even that convincing, Craig, right now, because he's stuttering through this story that he has to pretend to be excited about this. I don't actually think he's excited about it at all. It sounds completely dull and drab, and the fact that this excitement that he has to figure out how to have, I don't know. I'll let you chime in here. We'll play a little more in a second, but thoughts off
a few things really quickly. I want to address somebody in the chat. I'm sorry to take a little sidebar, but I'll make it really quick. This Kaladin dude right here, or woman, I'm sorry. Can you put her comment up?
You got that.
Cat blessed. Why is it every time people describe Africans in a complimentary fashion, they use the words like intelligent and literate? Sure, that should be given. What I was trying to say, And this is the type of language. Did I insinuate that all other Africans are stupid because this guy is smart? I mean, this is the asinine stuff. Let me just tell you this real quick. And yes, I am giving you shit for your comment. Achievements for Olu Fashanu, right? He had a 3.45 GPA, a notable achievement given his challenging major. All right. But he was also multiple appearances on the Dean list, academic all Big 10 honors twice, and recognition as an NFF National Scholar Athlete. He was also the finalist for the prestigious William V. Campbell Trophy, also known as the Academic Heisman. So I was just trying to talk about some of his accolades. And this is the type of argument. We have this show here, The Homeless Left. The reason why we call it The Homeless Left is because the left participated in cancel culture, the establishment, right? They wanted to get rid of anybody who had an open mind and an open voice within the leftist movement out there. And they wanted to get people like rid of us. And they used cancel culture. And they did these stupid, baseless attacks, Kaladin. Okay? That is just BS. The reason why I said he was smart is because I knew he was a finalist for these awards. And I just saw a documentary on him on the other day, and it was amazing. So that's why I pointed out a lot of the things he was. I think it's a stupid comment right there for you to say, why is it every time people describe Africans as complimentary fashion, they use words like intelligent and literate? I never said literate. I mean, this is so dumb, right? This is the problem right here, Kaladin. You're part of the problem, okay? Attacking allies and people who would say stuff and making insinuations out there, right? So please do what you want to do. Call me a racist, misogynist. Call me whatever you want. I've taken those shots from everybody all over the place. I took it from everybody who downed us and doubted us for the COVID, and look who was right about that. I took it for talking about Epstein when we weren't allowed to talk about Epstein because it hurt Hillary Clinton but helped Donald Trump. I took it for that. I take it for elections all the time. I don't care. You're part of the problem. Check yourself. Now, as far as MS Now is concerned, I mean, this reminds me of what CNN tried to do when they tried to spawn out to just, social media platforms. They're trying to adjust. They understand that a lot of the views that they get come from the internet. They got to change up. They got to do what they got to do. And you're right. The name MSNBC has been changed to people like us from DNC, right? That's what we call it. They need to change it up right now. They're trying to look for anything that will help that situation as far as their losses start to grow. Now, what they need to do is instead of changing their name, they need to change their staff. Joe Scarborough and Mika shouldn't have a job. Lawrence O'Donnell needs to be put down and say, go on and you're done and go out of there. His show needs to be taken off. Rachel Maddow, Chris Matthews, they need to change their overall content and the people who are watching them. That formula they have, that model doesn't work anymore, right? They were going after the low-hanging fruit, and they thought that low-hanging fruit of latte liberals and communist cappuccinos would help them out. It doesn't, okay? It's a failing model. They understand it. They got to change it up, but nothing's going to happen. Once again, they think people are stupid, that changing a logo is going to change everything. But, look out for a couple new voices out there for them saying some stuff here and there. You know what I'm saying? Little clips with new people, MS Now, and people like, oh, what's MS Now? And they'll find out it's just MSNBC. So they'll do that to drag a few people in there, but they're not going to last long. It's not going to change anything. They need to change everything, moving forward. And thank you, Kaladin, for saying that you're a fan and not trying to attack you. It's just something I've noticed people do. Yeah, but it's not something I did. And I get that. And thank you for that, Kaladin. I'm sorry for going off, but this is a problem we have. This is why we're the homeless left, because they threw us out for opening our mouths. And they said we were misogynist. They said we were racist. They said, all these things. And we didn't have a voice anymore. And it's not that I don't have a voice. I think that it's the other people who want to be an ally and join the party. If they gave that treatment to me, they gave it to all those other people. And you're not going to build a movement just based upon a non-populist culture wars issues. I know what you're saying. The whole populist right is, I call them, Kaladin, neo-xenophobic. I don't even call them xenophobic because they are inherently racist. That's what this is. You know what I'm saying? However, let's not mix up, those out there who don't understand what's going on and those who are fighting for what's right. An anti-imperialist voice is the most productive way to fight global racism out there because they're dropping bombs on black and brown and yellow people all over the fucking place. So being an anti-imperialist like me and Matt are, That's the biggest way to fight racism out there. Sorry for going crazy, buddy.
No, man, you're
Right
connecting
up.
it all.
Our guest is going to be coming with energy. We better be ready, buddy.
He's ready to come on. I just want to finish this story because this will be an awesome conversation we're about to have in just a moment here. But let's finish up this one. Way to connect it all together, Craig. I'll just say this: we can also take the approach of keeping things light, as there's people out there, and I don't even think the viewer is one of them, but just people out there that are confused and they're scattered and they're looking for someone to be mad at. And of course, we're going to get that pushback. We get more than anyone here in Hollywood. We get Hollywoke. We get so much just for having a question or a critique on the blue party. Oh my God, how dare you? It's that. So you know, and
he didn't ask, by the way. He said how am I a problem for asking what you meant? You didn't ask. You insinuated.
Yeah.
You made a comment with my comment that was totally just not even, you know what I'm saying? But you know what, Kaladin, you're a fan. I'm a fan of yours. I'm sorry for getting all crazy, and thanks for joining the show. But let's realize who our allies are and who's on the same side. That's important, Kaladin, because we can't stop shit if we don't get together.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, we can also take this approach. This is why we do these fun little jab sections of, you know, little humorous. It is funny. Let's put this up here. This is literally what they're going with. I think it's just hilarious. MS Now. They have to spell this out. It's my source, news, opinion. Well, that's not a sentence. That doesn't really flow off the tongue at all. Very confusing. I don't know if I was a fly on a wall in the meeting room and the behind the scenes when they're like in the boardroom when they said, yes, everyone agreed, let's do it. I don't know if there's anyone there going, are you guys kidding me? Are you effing kidding me? Let's look at some of, I'll say this. This is very confusing to those who don't see what's underneath there. You might have a different idea of what MS Now might be. One thought came to mind, multiple sclerosis now. That was one of them. Another one I saw, the New York Post put this one out. Most surely no one watching. That's funny. Most surely no one watching. And then just the obvious, I've seen MS. To me, it looks like Miss Now. But the one we'll always go with, aside from I know what you called it there, Pasta. MS. I think this is from Garland. We will always refer to it as MSNCIA. That's going to be the one we're going to always refer it to as. But I'll just put this one last comment up.
Let's get our guest there.
Let's get our guest. Let me just tag this on. This isn't the first time they did this. I'm gonna let people know. I went back. I said, what does this remind me of? It reminds me of right before they fired Keith Olbermann. They did a thing back in 2010. MSNBC pulled this thing where they said, we're going to change our slogan. And they said, we're going to go with lean forward. And again, it's another attempt to take this kind of progressive population here that's not watching your show and pretend that they're on the forefront of, the youth movement and anything progressive, which they're not. And so when I remembered this, I went and found this. This is hilarious. This came out at the end of 2010. 2 months later, Keith Olbermann gets fired. I found this. Isn't this hilarious? They couldn't even figure out back then that you don't put your number one guy on a lean forward ad leaning back in his chair. It's hilarious. It's hilarious. And so 2 months after this came out, this was at the end of 2010, 2011, he was replaced by Rachel Maddow, and you guys know the story from there. So this isn't the first time that MSNBC has had no idea how to connect with their viewer as they attempt to do journalism, but it's really propaganda, as Joe Scarborough knows. It's written all over his face, by the way. These people know what they're doing is not journalism. They know it. Watch them stutter. Watch them pretend to smile. Watch them double down every time, trying to explain to us and justify every time. We do journalism. Joe Rogan doesn't do journalism. We do journalism. Every time. It's the over defensiveness of it. We see it all the time. We're going to continue to laugh at it. We're going to continue to report on it. But at the end of the day, that's what we do here on The Homeless Left. And that's been a real fake news update, not brought to you by Pfizer. Okay.
All right. So we doing it? Ready?
Yeah, let's go. Let's go.
All right. So the next guest, you guys know him. A good friend of mine. He's become a good friend of mine. I got to meet him at a Max Kaiser event in Arizona. And when he told me how he cooked his pomodoro sauce, forget about it. I was in. And I was so surprised. that I never heard about him before. But that's what the media does. That's what the mainstream does. Anybody who can think for themselves, anybody who has a different opinion outside the two-party narrative, they hide them. He used to be on all the shows. He opened his mouth in an anti-war fashion. He was one of the first who said, if we go into Afghanistan, we will lose. Well, about 12 years later, and how many trillions of dollars on the Joe taxpayer dollar, he was right. Ladies and gentlemen, from Trends Magazine, Gerald Celente is here.
Hello there. Thank you for having me on. And by the way, I'm sorry you guys really have been disrespectful to MS. You haven't said the right word. MS means more shit now.
Nice.
You got it? It's very clear. They're little prostitutes. You want to hear some stories? Oh, Oberman, I used to be on with him.
Yeah.
Hey, Rachel Maddow. Once upon a time, Tucker Carlson used to be on MSNBC. And I used to be on with him. And they had their studios down in Jersey, Sea Caucus, which, by the way, that used to be a place to slaughter pigs. That's what Sea Caucus used to be. So you still got a bunch of pigs over there. Anyway, they had a crummy little green room, and I'm sitting out there waiting to go on. And I'm listening to him talking to this woman. I forget what year it is. It's probably about 2006, 2008, around that time. And she leaves, and he comes out with her. He says goodbye to her. He said, "Oh, Gerald, nice to see you." I said, "Who was she?" I said, "She's insufferable." He said, "Her name is Rachel Maddow, and they're grooming her." This is the same arrogant, I don't know which direction she flies in, but I have nowhere now, that call people like me crap. When I met you another time, when we did the Rage Against the War Machine rally. Remember how she came out against that? That little arrogant fat mouth of nothing, a little nothing piece of clown like all of them.
Yeah.
Oh, what's that guy Brzezinski's daughter name that you mentioned? What the other clown?
Mika.
Yeah. Oh, Brzezinski, may that son of a bitch rot in hell. Yeah. That scumbag. Oh, Celente, calm down. He was a rich cat from Poland. That's still, who the hell are you? You're only a little guinea from the Bronx. Yeah. Oh, that little slime ball. Oh, everybody looks up to little Jimmy Carter. May that little fuck rot in hell. This is the Jimmy scumbag Carter who gave us Mujahideen, along with Brzezinski. We got to stop them Russians from going into Afghanistan to stop the Taliban. That's right. The Taliban were taking over Afghanistan. Afghanistan before the Taliban was a very advanced cultural society.
Hippie road.
Very advanced. Yeah. Anyway, Brzezinski, the Polish prick, launched the war against Russia. That we, the people of Slavelandia, by the way, helped pay for. Who did they bring in? Oh, a cat by the name of Osama bin Laden. That's right. The Saudi guy that became the head of the Mujahideen, better known today as Al-Qaeda.
Yeah.
Nobody talks about this. Nobody talks about it. I was on with that, what's her name, Brzezinski, one time. I'm saying to myself, what a dumb chick this was. She was so stupid. She got the earplugs in, and they're asking her to tell me different questions. Mm-hmm. I used to be on them. Again, they're nothing more than prostitutes. They're media whores that get paid to put out by their corporate pimps and government whoremasters. They sell us every war. They're ballless and dried out nothings, just to make it clear.
Gerald, there are many ways to go with this conversation because I have two things down. Because I think a lot of people would say Jimmy Carter. I'd say, no. Jimmy Carter's actions, because one other thing he did that really pissed me off was he held on, he provided cover for the Shah to come here. And all those people were held hostage, and he could have released over the Shah and got all those hostages. They didn't have to stay there for over a year, right? He provided cover. Obviously, you mentioned the names. You connected the dots. Brzezinski. Carter was awful when it came to foreign policy. Obama was awful when it came to foreign policy. But, you know, even when I look back, and it was before my time, maybe you can shed a little light on it. Eisenhower was considered to be one of the better presidents. He gave everybody his farewell address. But Eisenhower also led a coup in Ecuador. I believe it was Allende. I always forget the names. But once again, Eisenhower was convinced to also remove Mossadegh and Iran. I mean, when was the last good president we have? Have we had a decent president? Or are they all on this foreign policy trajectory, which we see Trump on today?
All right. This is one of my books, Trend Tracking, far better than Megatrends Time Magazine. This is how I became a trend forecaster. The Iran crisis. I told you how I started tracking trends during the Iran crisis of 1979. And I'll use this as a simple model. I remember going back to Jimmy Carter before I forget, this is the scumbag that also deregulated the airline industry. Yeah. Another piece of shit, Alfred Kahn, man, another arrogant little fuck, may he rot in hell. I'm from Cornell University, that deregulated the airline industry. There were hundreds of airlines. Here's what the deal was. The government set the prices. The airlines used to compete on services. I started flying first class in 1974. I worked for a major trade association. I was government affairs specialist. Flying from Chicago to Las Vegas, we put on a show over there. From Chicago to Las Vegas, they rolled down a roast. Would you like the roast? They're ready to cut it in front of you, or lobster thermidor. And of course, they had the bar upstairs, and I had my one hitter back then. But anyway, that's what it used to be. This is the same bastard that deregulated the banking industry. That's right. Once upon a time, banks were not allowed to go interstate. Bank of America, only in California. He was the first one that pushed it through, and that other little clown boy of nothing that's now worth about $150 million from Arkansas, this is the T-shirt I did when he ran for office in 1992. Wow. Beware of Slick Willie. He's the one that finally passed through the regulations that allowed interstate banking. And now just a few banks own the whole country. There were city banks. Every little city had all their banks. No more. The bigs took it all over. That's another Jimmy Carter. And I could keep going on with that arrogant little peanut farmer, probably with the balls the size of a peanut. That's the little scumbags running this country. The only one, by the way, I do have respect for Eisenhower in some ways. And again, not in other ways. And again, we all pull our shit in our lives, and I did mine. I told you I was a chief government affairs specialist for the chemical industry. I was killing environmental legislation at the height of the environmental movement in the 1970s. That's why I write about what was going on in D.C. with the Iranian conflict. I was living in Chicago and D.C. back then. At 28 years old, I was staying at the Willard Hotel, putting my meetings like the Hay Adams, the top place. Anyway, going back to the Iranian. People have no idea how the United States overthrew the democratically elected government of Mossadegh in 1953. So that was before Eisenhower. Eisenhower gets in 54. The CIA and the MI6 overthrew it. Kermit Roosevelt, Theodore Roosevelt's grandson, Greg, said, and you could look, the only newspaper that reported in 2017 when they released all the facts was the Financial Times. Winston Churchill, another piece of stupid, ugly, fat shit that people look up to, a murderous little scumbag that couldn't fight his way out of a paper bag, like all of these arrogant little pieces of shit that love war, that can't fight. Oh, Trump called himself a war hero. Hey, got sewn. You got 5 draft deferments for the Vietnam War, all right? I'm the same age as him. 5 he got. I'm a war hero. He called Netanyahu a war hero too, the genocide king. Going back. The Financial Times is the only one that reported how the MI6 and the CIA, Churchill said, we have to stop Mossadegh. You know why? Because Mossadegh had the balls to say that oil in Iran, it does not belong to Anglo-Iranian oil, better known today as BP, or Standard Oil, better known today as ExxonMobil. It belongs to the Iranian people. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It belongs to us. They overthrew Mossadegh, brought in the Savak, the secret police. They murdered tens of thousands of Iranian people. The Savak, the secret police, made the SS look good. Going back, how I became a trend forecaster. Jimmy Carter comes back from spending New Year's Eve with the Shah and his wife. In those days, the president went up, he come out of the helicopter, and all the little boys dressed up in their little drag costumes salute. And he says that the Shah is the island of stability in the Middle East. In the Bronx, we used to say, bullshit has its own sound. At that moment, I became a political atheist, and here's what I did and became a trend forecaster. I said, I bet gold and oil prices will go up. I started playing the futures market. $5,000 bet in oil and gold. I brought up to almost $750,000. That's when I became a trend forecaster and a political atheist.
Yeah, it's. I think we all have to kind of go on our own journeys. I have to say, Gerald, that's a remarkable story of.
That's when he became homeless, Matt.
That's how he became homeless. He was the first. You were the first.
I'm telling you, I was
homeless.
Yeah. I used to work on major political campaigns in Westchester County. I was the assistant to the Secretary of the New York State Senate. I designed and instructed the course American Politics and Campaign Technology, how to run political campaigns, and I taught it at St. John's University. I was on the other side. If I wasn't on the other side, I wouldn't know what was going on. And then I started to grow up around 32 years old. It's a learning process.
It's a learning process. Yeah, it's a learning process for everyone. And I do think it having the experience on the other side, that's the only way you're able to fully know how bad it is, because you saw it for yourself. I had a similar experience working every 4 years for the Democratic Party, knocking on thousands of doors saying the other team is the one that's against you. We're the one for you. And then it hits you, right? You go, wait a minute. They're both out to get you. And then when you start to speak up and talk about it, the people that you thought were your friend, they're like, no, you're helping the other guy. So that anger just keeps coming, right? And so
I could care less what other people think. You
don't care what
you guys are wrong. Listen, Gavin Newsom is going to be the solution to Trumpism. Gavin Newsom is fighting for us.
You mean Gavin got some?
Gavin got some.
You mean Patrick Bateman? Is that who we're talking about?
Gavin Newsom, the little arrogant, another little arrogant spoiled daddy's boy.
Yeah.
Another one little arrogant spoiled daddy's boy. This is a scumbag that brought the COVID war to America.
Yeah.
He was the first one to lock down everything as he's partying at the French Laundry up in Napa Valley, where it's only about $400 a plate. You do what I tell you to do. Don't you know who I am?
Yeah.
That little arrogant piece of crap. Oh, look at those dirty Democrats over there that were trying to stop what was going on in Texas. They're trying to redistrict so the Republicans could get more votes. Oh, now he's doing it in California. Well, that's all right. It's Gavin Newsom that's doing it.
Yeah. But by the way, Matt, I know you got a couple questions you want to get into, but watch Gavin Newsom's victory speech from the recall. It almost seems as if that was planned on purpose, because he went with that and he was like, they didn't just say yes to Gavin Newsom. They said yes to masks in schools. They said yes to more vaccines. They said yes to lockdowns. It was like this plan where they justified him to push through all these COVID protocols. And if you were paying attention to what was going on in California, it was ridiculous. A 14-year-old child didn't have to tell his parents that he was taking the shot, and the school would make up a fugazi, which means phony, record for that person to hide that young child's desires and needs. I mean, that's just bonkers, if you ask me.
You know, and how look at the look how nice San Francisco. I left my heart in San Francisco. It's a shithole now.
It's terrible.
How about LA?
Well, yeah,
Look
no,
at
I mean,
the crap. The damage that's been caused by the COVID war is incalculable. Look at New York City. Go to New York and look at all the for rent signs everywhere. By the way, what no one's talking about is the coming office building bust. Your office vacancy rate is nearly 20%. I mean, nobody in them. Before the COVID war, it was around 11%. It takes years for this to happen because leases are 5-10-year leases. Now we're going into almost the 6th year where the COVID war began. Those leases are expiring and they're not being renewed. There's going to be major defaults in office buildings, major ones, and it's going to bring down a lot of the banks. Go back to 2023 when 3 banks failed: Silicon Valley Bank, First Republic, and Signature Bank. The markets were crashing and gold prices were spiking. 3 banks, you're going to see 300 banks. No one's talking about this. The damage that's been caused by the COVID war is incalculable. A lot of companies, look, let's say I had 10 floors in an office building, right? Now everybody, you can't work, you got to go home.
Yeah.
I'm saying to myself, I don't see these people anyway. They're in cubicles in 10 floors. Yes, stay home. I don't need all this space. That's what's going on. And then the people that were doing it said, I've been commuting an hour and a half each way. I had to be out of my mind. I'm not going to do this anymore. Where I am up in Kingston, New York, this place is flooded with people that came out, and it's a riot. Where are you from? We're from Brooklyn. I said, you mean you lived in Brooklyn? I didn't ask. You're not from Brooklyn, you know. All these people are from Brooklyn. You know, yeah, from Brooklyn, from somewhere else that was living in Brooklyn. But anyway, they're flooding up here, all over the country like that. And so there's going to be an office building bust. It's what Trump just said again. When we were down there in, when was that Rage Against the War machine? What was it, 2022?
Yeah, 22. Yeah, in D.C. Yeah, you might have met Matt there because Matt came on as a journalist. He was doing some reporting there. I think you might have met him briefly, but.
All right. So again, I told you I used to be in D.C. in the 70s. It was a cool place, man. And you know, back in those days too, you know, they had a thing called secretaries, and he outnumbered the guys about 30-1. So I loved it down there. Anyway, used to be a real cool place. When we were down there, I was blown away to see all the homeless people around there.
Yeah.
All the traffic circles, homeless people,
yeah.
for rent. The COVID war destroyed it. The damage the COVID wars created is incalculable, and no one talks about it. No one.
Yeah. We were thinking at the time, and you're talking about the Rage Against the War machine. It was what a weird moment that was, because you had this populist right for the first time in my lifetime were seemingly anti-war. We hadn't seen that before, at least in the most recent decades. And you knew that they knew that COVID was wrong, was the protocols were BS. You knew that they knew that there was some free speech issues, there was some censorship problems. And so we all gathered there, and there was no left that showed up. And you would think if you were to tell me, hey, this is an opportunity to bring people to a table we've never had before, and now we're going to actually get another movement from the left going again, because now this thing's going to happen, because that was before October 7th, right? So we were there that first year, and it seemed like an anti-war movement. But you fast forward till now, and you see like we've only gone backwards. That was not even a movement. It was a brief moment in time, like you said about the mainstream. Rachel Maddow's destroying that, calling it a bunch of crap, saying that it wasn't real. It seemed like it was real at the time, but maybe she was right. Maybe it wasn't real at all, because nobody there, except a handful of us, actually gave a crap about these moral issues of anti-war and free speech. And now we're further away. I feel like we're further away because now all those right-wing populists, they're done with that. They are 100% like arrest people for protesting on campus. And Israel first. It's baffling to me that movement has completely disintegrated, and I feel like we're further back than we ever were. And then what you're saying about COVID, that's the biggest part of it. How the hell have we lost the medical freedom movement Now, when we're talking about Trump being the worst on free speech of all that we've ever seen, as far as criminalizing it, and you can't bring these movements together. That's, I think, our biggest problem here, Gerald, is our inability to bring these movements together under the same umbrella of principle and connect it. It seems like we're moving backwards. The louder we get, it seems like we're moving backwards. Your thoughts on that?
You need money to make it happen. Look what happened with Musk. He said we needed a new third party. Now he did a 180. And now he's for Vance. You can't do it without dough. End of story. Again, I was in the business running campaigns. The old Bronx saying, money talks, bullshit walks. Mm-hmm. And again, look what it costs to run for president. At least $1 billion.
Yeah.
So without the big money behind it, it's going to be very hard to make it happen. And again, the groups aren't uniting, and they're egotistical. They're only into their own concerns. They're not in for the betterment of everybody. By the way, here was Eisenhower's speech. Every gun that is made, every warship launched, every rocket fired signifies in the final sense a theft from those who hunger and are not fed, those who are cold and not clothed. The world in arms is not spending money alone. It's spending the sweat of the laborers, the genius of its scientists, the hopes of its children. This is not a way of life at all in any true sense. Under the clouds of war, it's humanity hanging on a cross of iron. All right? This is a 5-star general, supreme commander of the Allied forces in World War II, and 2-term president. He also, you can look up his quote. He said, any man seeking the office of president is either an egomaniac or crazy. He was the president of Columbia University, and they talked him into running. And that's the truth. It's an egomaniac. And all you have to do is look at Trump. You can't get anybody more narcissistic than that cat right in front of your eyes. And they're all a bunch of liars. They're only concerned about themselves. They have no interest in we the people. Look what happened with Trump. Again, we'll only write the facts in the Trends Journal, how he was so anti-Bitcoin. And now we wrote when he got elected, Bitcoin prices are going to spike. Why? He got over $100 million from the crypto club guys and tens of millions of dollars from them from his inauguration. And he, his family, his people in his office, the kids, Lutnick, his kid, one after another, they're in the crypto business. So it's hypocrisy right in front of everybody's eyes. They're only concerned about themselves. They don't care about we the people. And the only way it's going to happen, you're right, they have to unite, but people aren't uniting. Again, we're going to be having a peace rally up here in Kingston. I have them every year on September 27th. So far, we have Joe Lauria, Judge Napolitano, and Scott Ritter. And we're doing the best we can. One of my tenants, I have 3 of the buildings on the most historic 4 corners in America. Kingston was the first capital of New York State. The British burnt it down after the Battle of Saratoga. I have a 1763, a 1774 Academy, and the 1750 Franz Roggen House. I used to rent out to the Nova Foundation, Warren Buffett's son Peter, that space for about 10 years. Never gave me a penny for peace. Never gave me a penny for my peace rallies. He came to one of them when Ralph Nader was here. Never gave me a penny for peace. Never even says hello to me. I'm only a little guinea from the Bronx. Hey, my daddy is. My daddy is Warren Buffett. You're just a little guinea. Never would even say hello to me. That's the rich people. It's up to the Renaissance happened. How can the Renaissance happen? Oh, the Medicis made it happen, right? Yeah, the banksters. You can't do it without money.
Gerald, there was a kind of time where I think independent media, a lot of them, and I don't know if they've done this before. We certainly saw it with a lot of people on the left. They became blue no matter who. And that was people in the independent media sphere. And I think a lot of those people kind of split off from a lot of us where we were like, no, we're not playing this game anymore. We look at the two-party duopoly as a two-party illusion. They're really one party, one bird with two dirty wings. That's what they are. But just recently, you were put in a situation where you might have supported RFK in the beginning, but then when he came out, his stances on Israel, you asked for your money back, right? Yep. And you no longer supported him. Right. You also used to do a lot of shows in independent media, but maybe you're not asked back there anymore because of your anti-Trump stance.
I used to be on Alex Jones. I used to host an hour show for many years. I used to go to Austin, Texas, go out to dinner with him when he came to New York.
Yeah.
And I won't. Again, I used to be on Oprah a couple of times. I used to be on MSNBC, ABC, Fox and Friends all the time. Everybody. They don't want me on because I won't swallow their shit.
Yeah. Well, the mainstream media, I understand why they got rid of you because, once again, they're the stenographers for the ruling class. What are your thoughts on some of those independent guys? Let's talk about Alex Jones. His stance
another little
on Trump.
clown boy I called out is Greg Hunter. I call him Greg Hunter. He spelt it wrong. This little boy of nothing. I used to be on USA Watchdog all the time. And doing him a favor. I didn't get a lot of business from it. It wasn't a big deal for me. I didn't get a lot of views. He doesn't have a big show. I used to do it for him. He called me an anti-Semite and called my magazine propaganda because I'm against the genocide going on in Israel. Yeah. And of course, I called him out fact by fact. A little boy of nothing. Again, come over here and talk to me like that. Come over here and talk to me like that. These guys got no balls. They're only tough behind the screen, all right? You got it?
Yeah.
Here, stop calling them the left. People have missed, this is what I was looking for, the term. They're not liberals. Look up the definition of liberal. Willing to respect or accept behavior or opinions different from one's own, open to new ideas. Relating to or denoting a political and social philosophy that promotes individual rights, civil liberties, democracy, and free enterprise. All right? They're not liberals. Yeah. They're pieces of shit.
Yeah. Well, I think we feel like sometimes this language, I mean, we've had discussions of language on the show all the time about, who gets the right to a word, and if it gets captured, do we let it go? Do we come up with our own? But yeah, I feel like we've let these words we used to believe in, they've been totally hijacked. I haven't said the word liberal about myself forever because I think that it's because they captured it and redefined it.
They're the left.
Yeah.
They're not the left.
Yeah, they're not
pieces of crap with small minds.
Yeah.
Just to make it clear.
I think we use the term culture war left, synthetic left. They're not real left.
Yeah,
I mean, I refer to like
woke left, right?
Anti-imperialist left.
They don't put them in a category, is what I'm saying.
Don't even give them the benefit of being
conservatives, liberals, this or that. You call them what you don't call a murderer. You put them in a category.
Yeah.
They're murderers. You don't throw them in a box.
Yeah.
And this is another thing too. About I have a very good friend. He's an Israeli, and just saw him the other night. We talked about the demonstration they had last week in Israel. Over 1 million people took to the streets. Yeah. I said, this doesn't mean anything. I said, I've been at this a lot of years. The only way it works, and the proof is there, was with the coming down of the Berlin Wall. Day after day, week after week, more people went there, and they didn't leave. More people came, and they didn't leave. More and more came, and they didn't leave. Week after week, week after week, week after week, until they outnumbered those little boys in their uniforms with the guns by about 20,000 to 1. Put down the guns, and the wall came down. This is a quote from Caspar Weinberger. Defense Secretary Caspar Weinberg, in an interview taped Friday from a broadcast on WNET TV in New York, said, "The fact that very large numbers of people turned out for a particular event is certainly something that people noticed. But I don't think anybody rushes back to say we have to change our policy or something because there's a rally." All right? That's exactly it. One day and it goes away. You got to do it over and over and over and over and over again.
Were you part of the Occupy Wall Street movement?
No, I wasn't. I supported it, but they didn't come up with any platform. I tried talking to them.
Yeah.
They wouldn't come up with it. I tried talking to them. I said, you got to come up with a direct platform. You're too strapped all over the place without. I went to a number of their rallies. You need a platform. And they wouldn't listen to me.
They had a slogan. It was "We are the 99% or something." That was.
But I get you need a platform. This is what we want.
Yeah, exactly.
You need a bottom line. Again, I was killing environmental legislation. It's the height of the environmental movement. I worked on major political campaigns. I know how to run this show. But again, I'm just a stupid little guinea. Again, just to make it clear. What do I know? I only have best-selling books, Trends 2000, on and on, international. But what do I know? Why should I listen to you? Don't you know who I am? I'm an artist. I'm somebody else. I've been at this so many years, you have no idea. And they don't listen to crap. It's the ego. I used to teach close combat. Had my own school for many years. Brad Steiner, the number one close combat guy in America, was my teacher's teacher, John Perkins. And Brad Steiner used to write for the Trends Journal magazine. The first thing we were taught in close combat, the only time your ego gets into place is when your life is on the line. The only time your ego gets into place is when your life is on the line. That's when your ego comes in. But people's egos control their lives. It's a waste of life. And that's what all these people have, are their egos. They don't listen to any. I could not be a trend forecaster if I didn't have an open mind. I listen to what everybody has to say. I read what everybody's writing that I can. Like take the Israel war. I subscribe to Haaretz, the Israeli newspaper. I go to Times of Israel, Ynet, Jerusalem Post. I want to hear what they have to say. I go to IRNA, ISNA, Press TV, Tehran Times. Want to hear what the Iranians have to say. I go to Al Jazeera, Arab News, Middle East Monitor, Middle East. I want to hear what the Arabs have to say. I go to Press 24. I go to Euronews, etc. U.S. papers, news. You have to have an open mind. People don't have it. They're locked into their little, I'm a liberal, I'm a Democrat, I'm a Republican, I'm a conservative. I got a mind the size of a pea.
Do you think the Occupy movement failed because
they didn't have a platform? Simple as that.
But yeah, there are people who said rather than leaders take the bull by the horns and create a platform, that they were trying to create a space where everybody had a say. Isn't there something wrong when you provide a place where everybody has something to say?
Hey, look, too many people have stuff too much to listen to if everybody has something to say.
Yeah.
Look how elections are won. Look what's going on in New York City with the guy Mandani.
Yeah.
All right? People are stressed out. They need dough. I'll give you a free bus. I'll give you free groceries with city grocery stores. Go lower the prices. How did Trump win? I'm going to create jobs. I'm going to increase your income. You got to have a platform. You got to play to the people.
Yeah.
So does the Free Palestine movement, that has a platform, the college campus?
It's not national. Most people don't give a shit about that.
But there's a very clear platform of divesting.
It's not enough to win a national election.
Right. But this is not about winning.
The platform has to be, we're not get involved in these foreign entanglements.
Yeah.
Anybody that wants to go support a war overseas, put on your military drag, Get your guns, get your weapons, send your money over there, send yourself, your wife, your kids, your transgenders. Go over there or shut your mouth. You got it? That's the way I would do it.
Yeah.
I want to bring Occupy Peace, get out of the 800 bases that we're in about 70 countries.
At least 800,
Yeah. Bring home the troops, secure the homeland, and put the troops to work rebuilding our third world infrastructure. Yeah. Give them skills, a work progress administration like they had back in the Great Depression. Give them skills. What, 20 vets are killing themselves a day?
22.
All right?
Yeah.
Give them skills. Give them a purpose. So we have a platform. Oh, and another platform of Occupy Peace. You want to go to war? This will really piss off the politicians. Let the people vote.
Yeah.
So you need a platform. Again, I know how to do this stuff. And I've been at it a long time. Again, I worked on major political campaigns. And I was assistant to the secretary of the New York State Senate. I'm 26 years old. I'm eating shrimp cocktails, and there's Malcolm Wilson. Roosevelt died, the governor of New York. He died screwing a chick. And Malcolm Wilson, lieutenant governor, was there. He became the governor. My boss, Al Abrams, and I've got the other guy's name, the majority leader, the party, the Republic. I was there with the top guys in my Robert Hall suit. I saw it at the top. And I saw it was nothing when I got there. I quit. Nobody could believe I was going to quit. Yeah. Or the way you get to the top in politics is you got to suck your way up to the top. You got to bend over and suck your way up. Yeah. That's how you get to the top. Yeah. Warren Anderson, that was the guy. Warren Anderson.
So you're talking about creating a platform moving forward. What type of platform is going to be needed to get everybody involved, or enough people involved to get on the same boat? Because I know there's a lot of people.
I'm trying to do it with Occupy Peace. Bring home the troops, cut back the military. Hey, you elect me, I'm going to be a peace president, all right? All right? I'm in that war 24 hours, all right? In Ukraine, all right? Hey, now I'm elected. I'm in that war before I get into office, all right?
Yeah.
And now you got $1 trillion defense budget.
Yeah.
And you're telling Europe 5% of their GDP got to go into defense? So my platform is cut that defense. Again, I want to do what Eisenhower said. The military-industrial complex is robbing the nation of the genius of the sciences, sweat of the labors, and the future of the children. Look, we've spent hundreds of trillions of dollars since World War II on a military-industrial complex and wars. Hundreds of trillions. Could you imagine if we put that into science and real education? We'd have the cleanest energy and the highest style of life that the planet could ever invent. That's what I want to do.
Yeah. How do you tackle healthcare? That's what I was getting at.
You tackle healthcare by telling people, if I was elected president, I'd have a fat tax. The more you weigh, the more you pay. Stop eating this shit.
What do you do for tall guys in that scenario?
Stop eating this shit. Look at my generation. Take a look at the pictures from Woodstock. It wasn't blimpitis back then. What happened was my generation, they started when I was in college. Oh, women are as smart as men. Yeah, I know they are. You should get into the workforce. Up until that time, look at wages declining from the mid-1970s. Back then, unions were very strong. It's a thing called supply and demand. Men were in the workforce. Women were raising their children. They weren't at work and putting them in nursing homes for children that they call daycare centers. You're out of your mind when you're a kid. If my mother didn't raise me, I'd be dead. You're feeding them crap food. You're screaming your brains out as a kid with other kids screaming their brains out. They're not daycare centers. They're nursing homes for children. Look at the levels. Now the obesity rate is what, 42%? Look up the numbers about how much it is costing the medical industry for obese and overweight people. Oh, we were talking before about the COVID war. Who was dying from it?
Yeah.
People with pre-existing comorbidities. Oh, all those kids they forced to stay home and not go to school. Look up the numbers, not mine. CDC. Under 2,000 1 to 17-year-olds died of COVID. They stopped doing the numbers in either June or July of 2023. You know how many people there are 1 to 17-year-olds? 73 million. Under 2,000 died. According to the CDC, 61% of those hospitalized were obese.
Yeah. Now, our healthcare system is designed that way.
It's a drug dealer system.
It's a drug. Yeah. So it's sick.
It's a drug dealer system.
Yeah. It's a drug dealer system.
That they call big pharma.
Yeah.
They're drug dealers.
Yeah. So what?
Here, wait.
Has any?
This is the first book I worked on back in the 1980s. Natural healing. I have an honorary doctorate from the National University of Health Sciences. I know this stuff.
So
it's up to the individual to take control of their lives.
Yeah, I don't want to push back, but go ahead, man. Because I'm saying I get that, but we have a whole system of programming. They have no. I don't blame a lot of people for the choices that they make when they aren't given a lot of choices. They aren't given the means to make their own food, to grow their own food.
They can make it. You don't give them those stamps, those food stamps, and let them buy fast food and soda, all right?
I agree.
Here's food stamps. You have to buy vegetables, fruits, and meats, all right?
Yeah.
Okay. So are you for what RFK Jr. Is saying? He's taking the off of food stamps. He's taking the soda off of
Absolutely.
Food
I'm for a lot of RFK Jr.'s things on the health side.
So why is he not doubling down on making it? So I think what Craig was maybe alluding at is we have people getting stuck in the fast food cycle of crappy food because it's the cheapest thing.
It's not cheap. It's not cheap. I can make risotto and feed 4 people at the highest quality level for about $10. All right.
Yes, there's creative ways to do that, but just the soda thing alone. The sodas when you walk into the store, I mean, the sodas are the
no. But you're talking about
like $1, $2 for.
No, I want to stay on what you said. You said about people eating inexpensive fast food. It's not inexpensive. It's a lot cheaper to make it on your own. End of story.
There's a lot of other factors, Gerald. There's the factor of, I mean, well, here's probably the biggest one.
What's the other factor?
Is the fact that when you say big pharma, we talk about big food. Big food
What's
intentionally.
The factor that you can't?
Let's look at like the chicken fast food. There's Church's Chicken. There's Popeye. These are strategically put in.
You're going off to a different direction.
Okay.
I said, why can't people cook it themselves? End of story. Tell me why.
They haven't been taught.
Time, stress, not being able to pay rent.
Stress? Oh, what am I, jerking off all day? I don't have any time to cook? They're more busy than me?
There's people working 3-4 jobs. Hey, there's several reasons. I'm saying there's several reasons. There's also
if you're going to a fast food joint and you're sitting down there eating that crap, you could spend that time cooking. I don't want to hear it. Just to make it clear.
You know, you talk about putting money into science. There was a research done on specifically the ingredients that go into a Church's Chicken sandwich. And they found that the chemicals that were put into it on purpose that were not needed, they were addictive chemicals,
Highly
like
addictive.
drugs,
Again,
right?
I don't give a.
Okay, so people's
You're
addiction.
on your own.
You're on your own. Okay.
You're on your own.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear another word.
You're on your own. So you are so the Maha move. Let's go. Let's step out.
And I want to make this clear.
Let's take a okay.
I want to make this clear. My daddy didn't leave me any money. They left me everything I am. The heart and spirit of to be an individual on your own and live at the highest level you can do. All right?
No, yeah, I absolutely.
And that was the American spirit.
Personal responsibility. Pull
You
yourself
got
up by
it.
your bootstraps. Yes.
You're on your own.
Yes. Yes.
I
Yeah,
had to beat the draft. You talked about, guys winning these awards for colleges and this. I went to the second stupidest college in the United States. The only one I could get in. I got left back in the 5th grade. I barely got out of high school. I wanted to beat the draft. If you went to school, the only school I could get into, a greaser from the Bronx, was Morris Harvey College in Charleston, West Virginia. Imagine 1965, Charleston, West Virginia. People there, by the way, were very nice. I said to my father, I said, Pop, what should I do? They get drafting everybody. He said, I taught you enough. You figure it out. I knew a guy that was stupider than me that got into school. I said, Pop, I need money to go to school. He said, you go to school, you get your own money, you make it happen. All right? That's the way it is.
Yeah. You're tapping into the original. That's the the sentiment of doing it yourself. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. The whole thing. I'm with you on that. I think it's also the education part. You said we should be putting money take it out of the military and industrial complex, put it into science, put it into education, real education.
Yeah. The education system we have, as Judge Napolitano calls it, it's a government school system. It's a brainwashing system.
Empire education is what I call it.
So one of the tools we could theoretically on paper, this is what I would say, in order to, because I champion what you're saying, Gerald. I say yes, give people the tools to pull themselves up and take personal responsibility. If they don't have the information and they don't know that these institutions are designed to hurt them, to get them hooked on drugs, to propagandize them, to get them into routines that work against their own interests, that get them to vote against their own interests. If we give them the tools to recognize, and I think other countries do, I think people in Russia and China, they're a lot more aware of when there's propaganda in their face than we have no idea. Americans have no idea.
That's every country. Every country, everybody buys the crap.
Can I ask you a question, Gerald?
Yeah.
Why did they take smoking commercials off the air?
Because they were killing people.
Yeah, but it was also part of the programming they were stopping to stop that, right?
Actually. Again, I as a kid that grew up during it, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Winston tastes good like a cigarette should.
Salem is cool.
You buy the commercials. Now, why they take them off now? Let's go back to, we're talking about the drug dealers that people call Big Pharma.
Yeah.
Beware of Slick Willie. He let the drug dealers do the drug commercials back on TV in 1997. They were banned before that.
Yeah. Yeah. And all I'm saying is that
now people are drug addicted.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Pharma addicted.
All I'm saying, Gerald, is I think there's an element of that same thing going on that's captured our government too as well, that needs to be addressed as well as taking individual responsibility for your own health, that we need to also stop that shit because we program these kids as well. Did you ever hear about the whole situation about all these poor neighborhoods that don't have a park, but you know where the park is located? In a McDonald's. So if a mother wants to take a kid to go on a slide, she's got to go to a fucking McDonald's to do something. That's by design. So I just think that has to be addressed too as well. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
it's on purpose. It's on purpose.
Again, advertisement, it controls the mind. Again, I bought it as a kid.
Yeah.
I was smoking like crazy as a young kid. I was 7 years old. I said, I'm going to tell mommy and daddy. I got caught smoking. You listen to the commercials. As a kid, you buy the crap. you know, and I didn't stop smoking until I got married. When I was married, my former wife said to me, you know, you keep smoking. She said, you know, I want to stay with you, you know, and I quit. But again, I bought into the crap. You buy it. You're addicted to. It's part of it. It's you know, it's brain control.
Yeah.
You know, I remember all the commercials. Halo shampoo, Halo. You know, you remember this stuff. You know, I remember my mother. I'll tell you a funny story. You know, my mother, may she rest in peace. Everybody used to want to come to Aunt Marie's. You know, she was the best cook in the family. And anyway, my youngest sister wanted my mother to buy us SpaghettiOs. I remember my mother's this great Italian woman making the finest of everything. So my sister's crying. One day my mother buys us SpaghettiOs. We had a dog named 90. This dog would almost eat a rock. He'd eat anything. And my mother makes the SpaghettiOs to my little sister, and she takes a couple of bites of it. Yeah, I don't want to eat this. My mother took up the rest of it and threw it in the dog's bowl. And the dog jumps up, goes to the bowl, took one bite of it and walked away. The dog was used to eating all the scraps that we had for dinner. It was fine.
Wouldn't eat the SpaghettiOs.
He wouldn't eat SpaghettiOs.
Yeah.
But the commercials. I remember I begged my mother to buy a TV dinner. You know, when they first came out. You know,
I remember
you buy
those
the commercials.
Yeah. I used to watch Godzilla, and I'd say, get the one with the little small chocolate cake.
Well, listen, thanks for having me on. I appreciate all you're doing.
Yeah. Let everybody know where they can find you, what you got going on. I know you got a great event coming up, so please.
We have a Occupy Peace and Freedom rally coming in Kingston on the four corners of freedom, John and Crown Street. Go to occupypeace.com. And starting at 2 p.m. so far, we have Judge Napolitano, Scott Ritter, Joe Lauria, and others we mentioned. And we're doing everything we can. And
what day is that?
It's Saturday, September 27th, starts at 2 p.m.
Gotcha.
And again, this is the seeds of democracy was sown here. I went for jury duty, and the guy putting on the show said, you see that picture over my shoulder? That's John Jay. The first Supreme Court judge was a judge right over here, right across the street. He said when Kingston was the capital of New York State, the Constitution that was written for New York State, right here in that building, over 70% of America's Constitution comes from that Constitution. And that's why I bought these buildings, because the seeds of democracy was sown here.
Wow.
And I'm only me because I'm Napolitano, born in the Bronx, born to be free. And on the other notes for people listening, watch out for one of our trend forecasts that we made in January that they're talking about now in the major media, .com bust 2.0. They're way over invested in these AI companies.
Yeah.
Trends are born, they grow, they mature, reach old age, and die. The cover of the Trends Journal magazine in February 5th, I think it was .com bust 2.0. They're just talking about it now. We were talking about China. I taught before they came into the World Trade Organization in 2000, 10% of Chinese, and you were talking about people going to college and being educated, 10% went to college, 18-year-olds. Now almost 70%. And they're AI and high-tech addicted. There are 20 million 18-year-olds versus 4 million 18-year-olds here. And they're very advanced mentally and technologically. China's going to lead the world in AI. Love it, hate it, it's the future. And again, I'm not a fan of AI, but it's what it's going to be. And it's just going to keep going and growing and growing, and it's going to take over. Again, we have a whole AI section in the Trends Journal every week. And like it or not, and there's the weaknesses and terrible things about it, it's going to take over the world. There's going to be, by the way, one of my trends in the book Trends 2000, this one is an international bestseller. I write about interactive view. Remember, this is written in 1996, and now it's happening. There's going to be more and more at-home learning through AI.
Yeah.
AI is going to be the new teacher, and it's just going to be another level of new propaganda.
Yeah. Gerald, is there going to be a dip in Bitcoin anytime soon so we can get in, or do you suggest get in now? And
it's dipping now, but again, I'm positive on it because the Trump family's in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm positive in it. You know, it's again, It's the future, and you're gonna and things are gonna go digital. The world's going digital. China.
Do you think it's too far gone at 117K though, or is it
down to 113K as we're talking now?
Okay.
No, it could go down to 70,000, but still a lot of dough.
Yeah.
I bought it at 17,000.
You're buying dinner if I come out there, pal. Just gotta say that.
Anytime.
And
And I'm still very bullish on gold.
I know, yeah, still, yeah. Judge Napolitano is too as well. So but a lot of people talk about gold.
Yeah.
If our currency goes down, gold goes up, and that looks like what's going to happen. Unless, Gerald, we have some more quantitative easing, which is more like the United States invades another country and steals their resources and prints a lot of dollars behind it. Who knows?
Venezuela.
No, stop that. Gerald Celente, Trench Journal, everybody. Thank you so much, Gerald Paisan. Have fun in your event. It sounds like a good one.
And thank you for all that you're doing, you guys.
Thanks, Joe.
Appreciate it, Joe.
Pal.
We love you, brother.
All right.
That's Gerald Celente.
Yes.
Holy shit. Talk about energy.
Talk about energy.
Talk about righteous anger. You know?
Righteous anger. And connecting all the dots. You know, man, that went so fast, and we didn't even get into Ukraine. But you know what? It's all connected, man. Anyway, so
it's all connected.
Yeah, it's all connected. Okay.
He wants that war to end too as well. His whole
yeah.
You know, he's a big fan of Judge Napolitano, which he is Napolitan, which is a type of Italian. And that show is all dedicated to anti-war and getting out of this Ukraine war right away and talking about it. It's awful, you know?
Yeah. Well, you know what? I'll save that. I want to do top censor news with you, man, before you have to split. So
let's do it.
Why don't we
Jump right
into
it.
And then, and then we'll have Jay in a little later.
All right. Yeah.
We got more show for you guys. If you're just joining us, the homeless left here with Craig Pasta Jardula.
Did you make a video last night?
What happened?
Did you make a whole video or no?
No, man.
I'm teasing you, bro. I'm busting balls, man.
Did I stay up and, pull an all-nighter to make a 3-minute video because you love my videos? I will do it one of these weeks. We'll get back to the 3-minute video.
The thing that made me said I can never quit, Matt Weinglass.
Oh, okay. Yeah. You know what? It's been a while. I'll throw one of those together one of these weeks soon. But
let's just jump into this right now. Let's get this rolling.
Let's just do it. Okay, guys. Time for top censor news. I think we're pretty much set up. Let's go ahead. Okay. Let me just. I think we're good. Yeah. Let's get because we got about 20 plus minutes. Let's plow through these. Here we go. Top Censored News. Uncanceled Comedy Collective presents Top Censored News of the Week. It's Top Censored News of the Week. We're bringing you the stories the mainstream media just refuses to cover. If they do cover them, they always do it in a very dishonest or sloppy way, and it's always on purpose. I'm here with co-host Craig Pasta Jardula. Let's get into the top 3 stories this week that you were lied to about or you don't even know happened. Here we go. Coming in at number 3, Hillary Clinton voices approval for Trump's foreign policy with NATO and Ukraine, reaffirming both parties are on the same team while the mainstream media is silent. Let's look at her vocally approving Trump. This specifically this term. Not the last term, but this term. Here we go.
That is a very good signal that there is beginning to be a better understanding, both by the president and the people around him, as well as by the leaders of our European allies, that there can be common ground amongst us. And the kind of dismissiveness that we saw in the first Trump administration has been replaced by a much more obvious working relationship to the good of European security, transatlantic security, and hopefully Ukrainian security. So I'm actually encouraged.
She's encouraged. Hillary Clinton's encouraged specifically by Trump's foreign policy. Right now, you would think that real journalists all around the nation would be making this a headline right now, saying, hey, wait a minute, maybe we were lied to, or maybe we participated in the lie that Hillary had run on, which is Russiagate, which is all these reasons why we needed to vote against Trump because he was going to do awful things and Hillary was going to be on the good guy team. But yet, at the end of the day, it's the same foreign policy. Only real journalists report on this, Craig. And I wanted to, before I have you chime in on this, a handful of them are noticing this, including our colleague, your colleague on Truthwire, Fiorella, kind of sums it up right here. Nothing says the uniparty as it, and there is little but cosmetic difference between Dems and Republicans than Hillary Clinton complimenting Trump's foreign policy with NATO and Ukraine. Any claims of peace won't be genuine or long-term as long as these psychos are in power. And make no mistake, they're all psychos. And it's too bad that so many people can't see this when it's literally coming out of her mouth right now. Craig Pasta.
Yeah, the only thing that the uniparty agrees upon is war, right? Like the thing they definitely agree upon is war. Excuse me, not the only thing. I think it was said, but I can't remember. Is it Ron Paul who said that partisanship is that both parties getting together to screw the working class? I think it was him. But yeah, they are definitely united on war, so it doesn't surprise me. And once again, this tells you about the Fugazi media. Even if it is friendly media, even if you feel that she is right when it comes to the situation, your job as a journalist is to present the other side and push back against that. And there's none of that. Because I keep saying to myself, like, who's giving this woman the opportunity and the platform to speak? Go away. We can't miss you, Hillary, if you don't go away. Go away.
Yeah, exactly. But like, she's not gone away. So why wouldn't this make headlines? I guess that's my concern here, is that you would say, wait a minute. How does it make sense that Hillary, if we believe everything we were told by Rachel Maddow and Anderson Cooper and all those idiots this whole time, why wouldn't this be big news that Hillary is siding with Trump? If you believed all that, and there's a lot of people that did. Obviously, to us, we know this is this is just like, see our point. We've been right the whole time. But if you were part of the bubble and you see Hillary Clinton, like you said, is not going away, she's yapping her mouth and she's saying things. She's saying the quiet part out loud. She's not really supposed to be saying this, right, Craig? Or does she know it doesn't make a damn difference because nobody protecting her is going to point this out to the idiots who still think that Hillary hates Trump and Trump hates Hillary and we're going to put each other in jail, right? So this doesn't do anything for that, even though for us, we see here it is. This is the sign right here that they all still play golf together and they're all in the same country club and they all and we're not in it.
And this time around, we've said that there's been a lot more carrying water for Donald Trump as long as he's been involved in the Ukraine war situation and continued to fund Zelensky and his regime. Then, people praised him. As soon as he stepped out of that line, they went after him. But that just shows you where they come together. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And a lot of this, we know it's kabuki theater because a lot of the mainstream media that once just attacked him all the time, actually complimenting him at times when he does make moves like this. It's crazy.
Yeah. All right, let's go to the number 2 story. Here we go. Coming in at number 2, Pentagon wants war with Venezuela as Trump, Dems, and MSM, mainstream media, work to manufacture consent for ground invasion. That's the real story you're not going to hear on mainstream news. Let's look at the headline, and I reported this on with Garland Nixon on his show yesterday. This is the story. We got this from Latin America Reports. U.S. sends 3 warships towards the coast of Venezuela. Maduro mobilizes 4.5 million militia members. And it goes through. So there's these 3 missiles destroyers. They were set to arrive off of Venezuela within 24 hours. That was from yesterday. So they've probably arrived by now. Trump's effort to counter threats from Latin America, drug cartels. Okay, so this is about the drugs, right? That's what this is about. It's got to be the drugs, Craig, because we care about, drug cartels in Latin American countries, and that's why we're doing this. As per Reuters, the deployed American ships are USS Gravely, USS John Durham, and the USS Sampson. They've also previously announced that on August 22nd, which is coming up, the air and naval forces will be deployed at the Caribbean with more than 4,000 sailors. Now, look. This sounds like okay, we're moving them into position. Obviously, Maduro striking back. This is like he's not going to sit around. Especially this part gets lost. I did notice this, Craig, that and Caroline Leavitt announced this that $700 million worth of assets have been seized from Maduro's from the head of state. So they're moving in to do this type of seizing and occupying and basically surrounding, like on a chessboard. Here is what they're doing right now. And then the Venezuelan government says the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela observes with total clarity the desperation of the U.S. administration, which resorts to threats and defamation against our country. DC's accusation that Venezuela is involved in drug trafficking reveals their lack of credibility, of course, and failure of its policies in the region. And I will correct the Venezuela, the PR team here, because it's not a failure of their policies. It's actually exactly the policies that were designed to be enacted. That's what's happening here. So Maduro announces 4.5 million militia members across the country to be put in the Caribbean in place. He calls it a plan of peace to be prepared and active and armed. He goes on to Maduro goes further to say rifles and missiles for the rural forces to defend Venezuela's territory, sovereignty, and peace. So that's the story there. And then I'm going to back it up with this little tidbit from Caroline Levitt, who will tell us the spin and I guess you would say the justification, the drug cartel justification of why we're doing this. Here we go.
Warships that are being sent to Venezuela, and there's 4,000 Marines on board. Are you looking at possibility of boots on the ground there?
What I will say with respect to Venezuela, President Trump has been very clear and consistent. He's prepared to use every element of American power to stop drugs from flooding into our country and to bring those responsible to justice. The Maduro regime is not the legitimate government of Venezuela. It is a narco-terror cartel. In Maduro, it is the view of this administration, is not a legitimate president. He is a fugitive head of this cartel who has been indicted in the United States for trafficking drugs into the country. And with that, I will leave you all, and we will see you later, if not tomorrow. And I look forward to taking more of your questions. Thank you.
No follow-up to that statement over there. Let me get out of here before anybody pushes back quickly. And, we've said this for quite some time, Matt, that we're going to use this whole cartel situation as an excuse to go and expand the empire and their foreign policy. This isn't about Maduro being a drug dealer and smuggling drugs in the United States. This is about a national sovereignty of a country that the United States wants the wants that odd Earl. And if Maduro's there, he stands in the way, the same way the Chavistas, Hugo Chavez stood in the way, and they kidnapped him. The uprising was so crazy that they had to give him back and release him. But after that uprising, that when people went crazy, he enacted this militia act in which he supplied militias and arms to each community, all the small communities across the countries, and they do drills every year to make sure that if there's an invader, they go to the armsmen and they grab their guns and they prepare to take care of their country. Somebody told me today that they said, like, oh, yeah, the United States is going to remove Maduro. I said, they're going to try to remove Maduro. They've been trying for a while. They tried with Chavista. They failed. But when you got countries like Venezuela and Nicaragua and Honduras where the people, and I'm not saying that nobody doesn't like them because there are people who are against them, but there's a majority of the people that support these governments because they want national sovereignty and they're sick and tired of the United States government telling them who can lead their country. You're going to see it be very hard for the United States government to overturn that country because there's enough support for those leaders and those governments.
Yeah. And like you said, Craig, they've been trying to do this for years and years, dating back to the Chavez government. How many assassination attempts, how many coup attempts, how many sanctions, how many trying to stop Chavez is giving away free oil. He can't do that. So how many different ways have we tried to F with Venezuela? We've created the refugee crisis. Venezuela is the perfect example. When you make that argument, Craig, you have to, when we talk about the border crisis, and nobody wants to talk about American imperialism, this is the perfect example, textbook example of how American imperialism creates a refugee crisis. We knew that there were 4 million refugees that were created during the transition of power from Chavez to Maduro back in 2013. We were down there. We were covering it for a film we were making called Tupamaro, which is about the actual the vigilante gang that actually polices the streets of Caracas and takes drugs out of the streets. That's what their job is. They do like kind of the Batman thing there. Very interesting group. We don't hear about the Tupamaros. What we do hear about is 199 Venezuelan gangsters that were found by ICE, and then they have to be shipped to El Salvador. But nobody tells you that the CIA is the one that planted them there, that took them from Venezuela and stuck them in our country to create more of a border crisis and fear, as we see both parties are in fear, living in constant fear of what do we do about the border. Meanwhile, here's what we're doing about Venezuela, which is, again, I think the textbook example, if you want to see how American imperialism works. And then the audacity of Caroline Leavitt talking about this illegitimacy of this administration. We have to remind people this has been a talking point, not just of Trump, not just of the Republican Party, of the Democratic Party. They've been doing this for years, back and forth. Whatever administration, they've been saying that whatever socialist government in Venezuela is not legitimate. They were doing it back in 2020 when Trump first got into office. His first or second, I think it was the State of a Union he did on the floor in the Congress. He got standing ovations from everyone. When he brought in Juan Guaido into the room, everyone stood up. Nobody remembers that, Craig.
Juan
Guaido. Nobody remembers that standing ovation because Nancy Pelosi had her little rip up the copy of the speech, iconic theatrical moment, and people think that's what was going on. No, they're all on the same side. They love to smear a actual elected candidate who wins the presidency, which is Maduro, and they like to smear him and say he's illegitimate. They've both been doing it for years and years, and here it's happening again. Do you think this is any different this time as far as the coup attempts or the I guess there's one more thing I should add if people don't know. There was a $50 million bounty that Trump put on Maduro. Is this the same old cycle of tormenting and bullying and that we've been doing, or do you see something a little more nefarious happening here as far as that chessboard we talk about that's happening as we set these pieces up around Venezuela? Is this, or is it the same thing we've seen for the last several years?
It's a lot more of the same, right? Like Barack Obama went on with the same policies towards Venezuela as George W. Bush had before him. So it's not just Democrat or Republican. It's been a consistent thing of handing over the baton. I mean, Joe Biden was awful in Latin America. People used to make the argument that the one area where Donald Trump will be worse was Latin America. And sometimes I would agree with them because a lot of the influence the Florida politicians have, especially the ones in South Florida, have on him, right? The people in South Florida, the anti-Chavistas. We have something called the Weston Whalers out here in the city of Weston, which is about 30 miles away from me, right near West Palm Beach. It's a Venezuelan community. But that Venezuelan community, very much like the criminals from Venezuela that were in here, are the anti-Chavistas, the ones that the Chavistas threw out or they didn't want to stay there because of that. So when you see all these Venezuelans here, and what had happened was during Trump won his first term, Carlos Vecchia, who was the Fugazi ambassador to Juan Guaido, and they were giving him the embassy. They had the whole Venezuelan embassy thing where they were taking it away from the Maduro government, giving it to this illegitimate government, which they speak of oppositely. Like they call the Maduro government illegitimate when it's legitimate, and the Carlos Vecchia government with Juan Guaido legitimate when it's illegitimate. And that should happen. Carlos Vecchia went to Donald Trump and said, let all my people come into this country. A lot of them were not even in Venezuela. They were in other countries around because they were escaped Venezuelans. A lot of them were CIA trained to cause problems against the government. See, the CIA, when we were talking about the Mujahideen, which became Al-Qaeda, we've always supported radical oppositional governments in these countries despite their ideology. We did it in Latin America. We've done it in the Middle East, whether it be the Mujahideen or the Contras in Nicaragua, another good example. So Donald Trump was asked, can you let these people come in the country? He said no, he wouldn't do that. But he did recognize Juan Guaido. When Joe Biden became president and they already recognized Juan Guaido, he let a lot of these Venezuelans come into the country. They were given work visas and whatnot. But you have to understand, these are the anti-Maduro Venezuelans that were let in. They weren't like people that were just seeking, restitution from the Maduro government. They were the anti-government people out there. So things are very much spun a crazy way. Now, back to whether I think this is different or not. It definitely seems escalated, right? It definitely seems escalated to a point where it's like, I think Donald Trump is batshit crazy enough with the deep state or the military-industrial complex, since they've gotten their own way, could probably convince him to go and invade Venezuela. So, I mean, you know, it seems like everybody is licking their chops, you know, that the peace president that he is, that they can manipulate him into going into war or for regime change. And I think they're on the chopping block. At this point, they're like, listen, we're not going to get any deal with this guy. He's not going to capitulate. Let's go in there and get rid of him and get all that oil. We've been fucking around too long, you know. Let's go do it. So, you know, I mean, that something might happen this time out. I don't know.
We'll see. But to remind everyone, this is what it's really about. Check this out. Oh, we're going up higher now. Oh. I'm going to stop it. Who do you think's at the top?
I know it's Venezuela. Arabia. There it is.
Here we go. Oh. Oh.
So when a bunch of New Yorkers years ago were freezing in the middle of the winter and couldn't afford their gas bills, guess who picked up the tab? Chavistas, right?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Hugo Chavez picked up the tab and gave Americans in New York heat.
Wow. That's it. What a foreign concept. We talk about American principles and American like foundation and capitalism and exceptionalism. And we are even our last conversation with Celente is like, it's like, you know, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. It's like, why is that concept so foreign to us as far as like helping your fellow man and saying, I have a crap ton of oil more than the rest of the planet. I might want to give some of it away for free. How dare you?
Yeah.
How dare you? It's a wild idea that we've been completely locked away from that concept, that idea, and it's on purpose. And I think that if we were able to learn about that and understand that as an option, it doesn't mean you have to be forced on you, but that you understand that some of the world might behave a little differently than every man for himself. It might open up a lot of new ideas here, and we don't want those new ideas. We want to stick people with the one thing that we've been driving down their throats from the second we've been born, and that's American exceptionalism, and we're the greatest country in the world, and that's that. And until we're not, right? But we are until we're not. Whenever that officially gets announced. But there you go. And then I had a couple thing here. Yeah, this forgot you guys know the history of us. This is the Spanish version, but you guys can see those every year that we have done something about helping people in Latin American countries. There you go. There's our timetable right there. And we want to also let people know that Venezuela has the right to defend itself from Anglo pirates. Just to remind you guys, if we're gonna be consistent with that one. So that's that for the number 2 story. Ready to do number 1 real quick before we get
number 1. I'll make a comment and I'll dip out because I got a heart out.
Okay. And you got a heart out. Okay, let's go ahead. All right, coming in at number 1, top censored news of the week. Israel has a massive pedophile and child sex trafficking problem, and it's not going away anytime soon. How do we know this? Well, let's look at the latest happening. And you guys haven't heard about this one. It's from the Squawk Box. Top Israeli cyber war official caught in Las Vegas. Child predator ring sting. And we'll go check this out briefly. He was arrested. His name is Tom Alexandrovich. Alexandrovich was arrested in Vegas this week, along with 7 other alleged child sex predators. And once he was arrested, the Israelis he was the Israeli government top spyware and surveillance specialist. Has held a ton of roles doing this, including, by the way, including on Twitter. Just so I don't know if you know that one. He's actually one of the people on Twitter that Elon has allowed to censor people that get flagged on Elon's site. So this is the guy. So he's been sent back to Israel. And of course, Israel has a long history of allowing pedophiles to flee and then claim Israeli citizenship. This isn't the first time. This has been happening for years. Did I freeze up? Can you see me?
I could see you, but you looks like you're frozen up a little bit. Let me just make a last comment about this real quick because I got to dump out. But it's look, I don't know how many things had to really push you to say that MAGA was out of control and that was time to walk away. The whole calling the Jeffrey Epstein thing was a hoax, but this is more information and more proof right here because the Trump administration helped this guy get out of here. You know, gave him back his passport, let him escape. You can't be America first if you're Israeli first, and unfortunately, that's where we're at nowadays. If you were walking away then, if you hadn't walked away then, you should walk away now. That's it. I got to go, guys. Pasta Jardula, Truthwire tomorrow. Karen Kwiatkowski, 12:30 will be on. Me and Fee. I think Matt will be joining with Edwin DeJesus talking some more COVID stuff. We'll see you later. Thanks again, Matt.
Thanks, Craig. Okay. And before we move on, I do have to finish this number one story absolutely here because because we prepared it. So let me that's funny, right when he needed to go, I had the little tech issue, but I think we fixed it very quickly this time. No, there we go. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. Let's go ahead. You know what we'll do is we'll finish top censored news. This is a little unconventional. But as I'm setting it back up, because guys, you got this number one stories. This is a big one, and what better way to punch this at the end? And we'll switch out our co-host and bring in our next co-host for the rest of the show here, Jay Scott. Here we go. Welcome back, Jay.
What's going on, Matt? Popped up just in time, man. Can't let a story this big, go with only one person commenting. Don't get me wrong. I know you can handle it. So I'm not, calling you out there. But, a story this big that's just being brushed under mainstream media. I mean, I don't know. I'm just glad I'm here to help you cover it.
Thank you for helping me. And it was not even a question that this was obviously going to be the number one story on Top Censored News. So, yes, I'm glad you're here because it's a big one. Now, let me reset that story up. Give me your initial thoughts on what we reported so far, and then we'll get more into the story here.
Yeah, you're talking about on this story or the other parts of the show?
No, this one right here. We're doing the.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, let's think about it, guys. The top person in charge of cyber warfare and combating online terrorism and online illicit activities in the state of Israel is a pedophile. So if you care about stopping pedophilia, then why would someone still support an administration that is allowing that person to flee the country, to go to a country where he can't be extradited? So, Craig said it perfectly on the way out. He kind of summarized it, but, when you look at how unique the laws are in Israel, in terms of protecting pedophiles, I think it's a situation that, we have to call out. And again, I would never say something about an entire religion. However, I think it is fair to critique each religion, to go through the religious book and to see if there's anything in the book that we need to talk about that could encourage, bad behavior. And, unfortunately, in the Talmud, there is actually a verse that justifies, pedophilia. Like if a victim is under 3 years old, I believe, it's I forget the actual verse. I'll look it up in a second. But there is a verse in the Talmud, which is not the Torah, but it's another scripture that, some people who, follow Judaism read. And, there's a verse in there that, essentially says because children aren't conscious and can't remember things that happened before the age of 3, that, rape is permissible in some situations.
Yeah.
So I'm going to find the exact quote so people can check it out. But, long story short, we just have to ask ourselves, why is our government allowing this to happen? And why are the Democrats now pretending that they care about this issue when no one brought it up when Biden was in office? Because this is all connected to the Epstein issue. This is one big reoccurring issue that's popping up, in several different ways. And I don't even mean to say that, it's only one group of people that are involved in that, because I do believe there's some secret societies, behind Zionists that people aren't speaking as much about too. However, the truth is, Israel has some unique laws that we just have to talk about. And we have to talk about, what verses are there in the Talmud that could be interpreted the wrong way and weaponized, against people. And I think it's fair to do that for every religion, for Christianity, for Islam. They all can be weaponized in different ways.
100%. And every time we try to bring up the Talmud with our, our Zionist friends here in Hollywood, they don't want to talk about it. Anytime I bring it up, they don't want to talk about it. They pretend that that's just, it's this unique problem, right, Jay? We get this with every tribe, right? Every tribe, religious or political, because this worked with politics and religion, right? Any tribe, you brush off the extreme parts and say, that's just, those aren't really the real. No, it's in your actual scripture. It's your thing. So we have to address it. Don't make us feel like we're extreme for bringing it up. It's in your thing. This is the thing. So let's talk about why. Why is this okay? So yeah, I'd like to see the specifics on that. But in the meantime, this article will show people that well beyond this incident with this guy that just got full protection, full impunity. He's a cybersecurity guy. This has been going on for years and years, and this is the deep-rooted problem. They bring up this incident just in April. Shoshana Strouk, the daughter of Israeli far-right settlements minister, fled to police, asked them to protect her, accusing both her parents and one of her brothers of raping her as a child over a period of years and filming the rapes. This is crazy. So there's this trauma expert, Dr. Anat Gur, head of Bar-Ilan University Trauma Therapy Program, has said that she believes organized child rape in Israel is widespread. She says it's the most horrific things that she's ever encountered. It's likely much more widespread than we think, and it's happening in places we least expect. Hardline Zionists in the UK, for example, in January, former Jewish labor movement chair Ivor Kaplan also been arrested on suspicion of child sexual abuse or planned sexual abuse of minors. And then the Skybox outlet that we saw, they did a little collage, and we've seen these types. This isn't the first time we've seen one, but I just wanted to throw this up so people can see how many of these. And you guys can go look these up for yourselves. But look at this. This is and I'll take this off here. There's so many of this, and it's reported even in Times of Israel and everywhere, right? You got AP, all these different outlets been reporting this for forever. So these are not one-off incidents, I guess is what we're trying to say. And then I want to, before you chime back in, this also caught my eye when I was looking at this this morning. Was Sean King, because he's done a lot of work on this, and here is what he tells us. This has just happened a couple days ago. He's saying in the middle of the night, Elon deleted every single tweet I've made about this Israeli pedophile, this Tom Alexander Drovich, that he was arrested in Vegas for sex crimes against children. All of them, every retweet, every link to his articles, they're all gone. Why did that happen? Because this pedophile works for Elon. He's actually a guy that is in charge of taking other people down.
Does Elon work for him or does he work for Elon? What do you think?
He's on the, so one of his job response. Okay. I have the paper trail out here. Let me just put the paper trail up. This is it. This is it. Okay. Can we see this? This is his profile. He says what his experience. Okay. Let me see it. Can you see that? I don't know if I can make that bigger. But look, somebody asked Grog. Yes. He was arrested in Vegas, August 16th, luring a minor, headed a division in Israel's National Cyber Directorate, the agency behind the cyber unit's takedown requests on X. So it's not directly working for Elon. So I'm not trying to, I'm sorry if I misspoke, not an employee of Elon, but he's literally in the agency that responds to requests of takedowns from X.
Well, they put in requests. You know, that agency can originate the request.
Oh, they originate the request.
Yeah, it can originate the request. So it's like for people to not understand why like you saw Grok get taken offline, right? Even Grok, you know, like is not immune from, you know, the reach of Zionist and secret society power. So yeah, really quick, I did want to just you know, just read everyone the verse I was talking about. And this isn't to single out any one religion, because again, I do believe all religions can be weaponized in different ways, but this is from Kudabat 11b. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but this is what it says. Rava said that this is what the Mishnah is saying. An adult man who engaged in intercourse with a minor girl less than 3 years old has done nothing, as intercourse with a girl less than 3 years old is tantamount to poking a finger in the eye. In the case of an eye, after a tear falls from it, another tear forms to replace it. Similarly, the ruptured hymen of the girl younger than 3 is restored. And a young boy who engaged in intercourse with an adult woman renders her as one on whose hymen was ruptured by wood. So it's weird, you know, like that is a verse that I think, you know, we should talk about. What's the good interpretation of that? Like, I'm not trying to say any religion is worse than other religions, but when I read something like that, it just makes me wonder, like, why don't we hear more about you know, some of the crazy things these religious books have inside of them?
Well, that's why I consider myself not just homeless politically, but homeless religiously, because they all, like, I agree with you, Jay. They all have those issues, and for me, you know, I've considered myself an atheist most of my adult life, but recently I'm looking at other atheists out there that call themselves atheists, and I go, what do you do? Like the Bill Maher's out there, and the who's this other guy? It's slipping my mind. Sam Harris. Sam Harris, yeah. Who? What are they doing? Pretending that they're saying what you're saying. They're pretending to say this about all religion, yet for some reason they want everyone to know.
There's one they don't talk about.
There's one they don't talk about, and because they're, you know why? Because they're too busy telling us that Islam is extra bad. Yeah. Oh, religion's bad, but you guys, you would have no idea how they treat people. Really? So the other one, like, they kind of treat you bad, but then really? So what are you doing there? It reminds me of a Cornel West type. This is like the religious version of Cornel West. Where he's like, I'm independent of the two-party failed system, but this one is extra bad. Okay, so you're telling us to vote for you're telling us to get on this team, so you're not actually independent. So Bill Maher and Sam Harris, you're not actually atheists, because you're telling us to get on board.
Perfect comparison
with your Zionism, your Christian Jewish Zionism. That's what you're doing.
Because Islam is so scary. Yeah. Islam is so scary.
But I'm not with them. I'm over here, right? I'm not. No, you are. You're telling us how bad this unique one is. It's unique. And never mind the horrible stuff going on here. Never mind that.
Yeah, and it's sad, man. I think we need to be even-handed, as we're talking about the problems with different religions, and we need to talk about how religion can be weaponized. And again, I know a lot of the attention today is rightly focused on what Israel is doing, but the Vatican and other Christian secret societies definitely, have a large infiltration, of our intelligence agencies happening too. So I think we need to have a larger overall conversation about how we get, to the solution of these problems. And, one thing that I've, thought about recently, and I'd love to hear your take on this real quick before we move to the next segment. So you're aware of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission in South Africa, right?
Yes.
Yeah. What if we did something like that for Zionists and secret societies, if the end goal was actually a Palestinian state over there, and we could actually have peace and we could actually have the truth about corruption? Is it possible that maybe the people who are willing to actually tell the truth about what happened, can receive some form of leniency, I guess you can say, if we are getting the whole truth? Like, how else do we really unravel this machine?
Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
But it has to be the whole truth. There's a lot of things we really need answers on. Epstein, which intelligence agencies did he work for, and who was he blackmailing people for? If we can answer those questions, maybe it's worth at least considering. And I hate saying that about people, who were guilty of genocide and some of the worst crimes against humanity. But, I don't know. I think that we need to essentially back them into a corner and show them that we're not going to stand, for it. And thankfully, a lot of MAGA, is pushing back right now on what's happening. So hopefully they can get louder about this specific guy who was allowed to just flee the country and go to Israel. So, fingers crossed. Keep it going, MAGA. Hold them accountable.
Hold them accountable. And with that said, I got to throw this comment up from Jungle Jar. Great analogy. Trump derangement syndrome is just like Islam derangement syndrome. And it's hardest to watch when it comes from somebody who claims to not be part of the system, and they're still doing it. They're still doing it. The Bill Maher's actually, Bill Maher actually backed off on the Trump derangement, but he's doing the Zionism. I'm an atheist, but it's Zionism. It's like Cornel West. I'm independent, but TDS. So there you go. It is a good one to look at. And the only way we can avoid ourselves from being part of that problem is to when you say you're not part of something, truly be not part of it, truly not be. Because I don't want to have to think of a new name. I don't want to have to think of something different to not call myself atheist anymore. Maybe I should take back the agnostic word. I don't know.
Yeah, I hear you. In terms of my spiritual beliefs, I believe in God, I would say, but I don't identify with any one religion. I just consider God to be like consciousness itself, if that makes sense. Yeah. So I think human minds collectively, that's probably the creator of the universe. And I would say, love is the most powerful force. I would call love God, and I would call human consciousness the creator, if I had to, describe my spirituality. But I just think that, religions have a lot of actually truth written into the books that we do need to look into, but they're all weaponizing elements of truth to trick us, and manipulate us in certain ways. So, especially when you look at ancient history and what's been happening on this world, for different cycles, I do think it is worth reading the religious books. So even though I don't identify with any one religion, I think it's worth reading the books because, there could be some interesting stuff about our past that we can piece together by reading it. So.
Yeah, I hear you, man. The more knowledge, the better, and we should investigate all of it. And I've been doing that my whole life. I'm curious about how people get sign themselves up and dedicate themselves to a particular tribe or church or whatever you call it.
It's just that's literally all it is. I'm half Ashkenazi. My biological mother was raised a Jew, and she's now Catholic. I was adopted, so I was never really raised around any of that, but I was raised a Christian, And when I got into college and I took a few philosophy classes and I really started thinking about things more, I just didn't really identify with everything in the Bible, even though the Bible has a lot of great things in it, and I still think it has some positive messages. Me personally, I think that it's been manipulated, in a few ways. So.
Yeah, no, we're agreeing on so much here, man. And I'll just end this segment with one more religion and political comparison analogy. I would say the stuff we find in the scripture, the stuff we find in the bylaws, as you would say in politics, are things that we can find in ourselves, the things that we already know to be true. We already know the human rights that should be allotted, that we should be entitled to free speech, and we should be anti-war. Our nature should.
That's why the religions work, because they tap into who we are. So like
we have
nice
so
to each other.
So the big reveal, and I say from as an atheist, I say the big reveal is we have all this right here. We don't need a scripture to tell us. It's great to see it there, and I agree with you. We can utilize it just like we can see political party platforms. Those are things I agree with. I will come into the room and be part of it, but I don't need to be in the room to have access to it. I have it right here. It's right in me. I've had it the whole time. And I think that's the aha moment. And it gives us the strength that we can find internally. And then I agree with you. Love is the thing that connects us all. The universe is God. All these things are true. I'm not a nihilist. So you guys know nihilism is completely different than atheism. Atheism is we're open to all these things, but we find it within. And we're not in need of being in a particular room because we can't function without it, or the purge is going to happen. And if you take away my laws, I'm just going to go murder someone. Because
that doesn't usually happen.
It's a bizarre idea that I need laws to stop me from being bad. It's effing bizarre to me, dude. It's effing bizarre to me that people need laws like murder is going to get you locked up the rest of your life, so don't murder anyone. Okay. Because if I didn't see that, I was just about to do that. Now I won't. It's like it's crazy to me. Okay.
Yeah, there does need to be consequences for sure. So
no. I'm all for consequences. I'm just saying if you remove the consequences, there's this idea that you're just naturally going to do horrible things, and you need the fear. Doesn't work like that. You need the fear. Yeah. Right. They tell us that we need to be the fear of God, the wrath of God, the idea that you're going to burn in eternal damnation. That's the thing that motivates you to be good. I just cannot wrap my head around it. That's all.
You should want to be good because it's the best thing. It does feel better. You're more comfortable with yourself as a person. You have better relationships with the people around you, and you can't really form meaningful connections with other folks that are built on the right things and the right feelings if you're treating everyone like crap. So
Oh wow. Well, hey guys, we'll double down and tell you for Top Censored News, you're not going to get this anywhere else. A deep dive into, I guess, the religious issue that no one on mainstream media is going to cover. So I hope you guys stuck with us on this one. We had Craig Pasta, we have Jay Scott, and this has been Top Censored
News of the week.
All right.
Let's do it.
That was a wild one. Okay.
Yeah. Like, I can't believe they compared a woman's hymen to a tear duct, though. Like, they have that in a religious book over there. Can you believe that? Some crazy shit, man. But anyway.
Oh, man. Well, hey, man, I'm glad we got you for a while here because we do have some stuff to get into. I want to welcome everyone who's just joining us or came in late. Homeless Left, we're here every Tuesday, Thursday afternoon. We were off on a little bit of a break. We were telling our viewers, Jay, we were saying, it's good to get some not just R&R sometimes, but it's about vitamin D and immunity building, and like we feel refreshed and recharged and got some sun. And I think I got a little color here. We had a kind of this Caribbean little retreat there, and so we're back and ready to go. And
you still got some of the vacation flavor going, man. Where'd you go, by the way?
So we went to Rosarito for the Baja Music Fest. Nice. And then did a little quick turnaround, came back to LA for like 6 hours, and then jumped on a plane and went to Belize. And had a real nice Caribbean experience there for 4 days.
Beautiful place, man. I work with a few people from Belize, actually. And like, yeah, they have a lot of the tropical fruits that that you need over there, man. Did you have any mangoes while you were there, or any?
Oh yeah, well Leslie loves the mangoes, but we both love the pineapples, as you can see.
Okay.
So,
I see it, man. I respect
it.
And as an added bonus, you even got the great news of MS Now coming out while you were on vacation. So you must have been celebrating that, right? They're like, wow, mainstream news has turned a corner now. We have MS Now, not MS before, not MS after. We got
finally Joe and Matt Rachel, they finally stood up to the man and said, we're breaking off from you guys.
This is
no more corporate overlords. We're going rogue here, guys. So they
same network, exact same everything, but where we're branded now. So don't worry about all that stuff they said about MSNBC. So.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that was our real fake news we did earlier that started the show today. So, but we're ready to do some other stuff now. Let me ask you, because I had thrown a few, you had thrown a few up, I'd thrown one up, and the thing that we weren't able to cover the Ukraine earlier because we got to
do Ukraine and Thiel, I think.
Okay, let's do Ukraine and Thiel. Okay, we'll do that. Let me load that one up. And
the Maha thing was good too. So I don't know if we have some time.
If we have time, we'll do the Maha, and I'll save Hollywood for whatever. Okay, so let's start. Let's do that. Let's start with Ukraine, and then we'll do Thiel, and we know what it's not. That's a good lineup, guys. And get your questions and comments ready on all of our platforms. I'll be doing some talking back with you after we're done with these stories, guys. So we love to engage with you as well. That's what we like to do on the show. So let me. Ooh, I got to put the right banner up. That was almost the wrong one. Oh no, it is. I got the right banner. Okay. I'm loading the Ukraine. I'm sorry, man, dude. Oh, I know, because this was a shared screen. Okay. Sorry, I got a little because we were supposed to get into Ukraine with GERALD CELENTE. By the way, guys, go back and watch the GERALD CELENTE interview. The guy is passion.
I saw a few minutes of it actually before I had to go into my meeting, and the man's dropping knowledge, man. He's really like shining a light on how bad mainstream news is, and honestly, his reaction to it should be more people's reaction. Like if you just tuning in and you don't understand why he's so upset, I mean, maybe some people might misunderstand it, but everyone should really be as mad as he is because we've been bamboozled. So it was a great segment, and I agree with him on Bitcoin too. So Bitcoin does actually have its advantages that make it unique. So I believe if you have the money, Bitcoin, gold, land, let that be the base of your portfolio.
Okay, well let's I'm going to go ahead and call this one World War III watch, since we haven't done that in a while. So let's go ahead and start this one off. Here we go. It's World War III watch. Let's just face it, it's already started. I'm here with co-host Jay Scott, and we're looking at the happenings in Ukraine, the quote-unquote peace talks, whatever you want to call it, the back and forth. The Trump is really the peace president again, after all. Well, we're going to break that down for you guys in a second, what's really going on, what they're not telling us. But this came up this morning, and I think this is important because DD Geopolitics showed. Oh, go ahead, Jay.
Yeah, really quick. Don't forget, everyone, during Barack Obama's first term, he didn't launch a new war. I don't think he did, right? Didn't he launch Libya in his second term, or was that his first term?
No, it was in his first because he had to actually switch out Hillary for John Kerry the second term because even Hillary was a little bit more of a warmonger than he was. Yeah, he was like Hillary. Shouldn't we spread these out a little more? I got 8 years here. It's like no, we want Gaddafi. Right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I was gonna say Trump was following the same pattern as Barack Obama, but good catch. I think Libya did happen in his first term. But I mean, Trump's new war. Well, there are two new wars you could argue because we hadn't actually bombed Iran before Trump took office, and now we've actually bombed them. And now it looks like Venezuela could be up next. God forbid. I really hope it isn't, because that's going to have major consequences for America, Venezuela, and the entire region if it does happen, but it's possible.
Yeah. So. Well, we had this break recently here. DD Geopolitics broke this. Well, I mean, others did as well. I don't know who was the first two, but we do trust DD Geopolitics on this story that Ukraine's military losses has now been finally exposed. Like, we have the real number now. It's 1.7 million dead and missing. The way we know this is because Russian hackers have breached the Ukrainian General Staff's database, revealing these catastrophic losses from the armed forces in Ukraine. So here's a little quick breakdown. According to the Compromised Digital Registry, if it's correct, now the data in the registry could be compromised, but they had to compromise to get their access to the data. This is directly from that data that they're purporting these numbers. That if you add it up from 2022, again, this is where, remember the World War III, well, they didn't call World War III, but we said, oh, or they were saying Putin's taking over the world. This was February of 2022. So that entire year, we're talking about 118,500 were killed or missing that first year. Second year, it dropped significantly for some reason. I need to look at why. That's a significant drop from, because the entire calendar year of 2023, and then we have it goes up again to almost 600,000 in 2024, and then 2025 it's up again, which is it's on the climb to 621,000 this year. And this year we're only in August.
That's what losing a war looks like, man. So
that's what losing a war looks like. Yeah.
Unfortunately. Yeah. And it's sad because Lindsey Graham said it early on. We're willing to fight till every last Ukrainian, and Zelensky took him up on that offer. And that's what we're seeing play out right now. And it truly is a shame because Ukraine, I believe, is one of the most heavily populated countries in Europe. And now you have a large chunk of men in that population, like, who are dead. And imagine, how does that economy rebuild?
It doesn't.
After losing that many people, how does it rebuild, and how will it look anything like what it looked before? Will they have to take in a bunch of immigrants to help bring the country back? Like, what happens after the war? Is there a plan after the war?
Yeah. They never thought that far ahead. And we've talked about the comparison, because Zelensky being literally a theater TV actor, he actually played the president. He would be like the equivalent of us handpicking Martin Sheen to be our actual president right out of the West Wing. He was so he was handpicked. We feel like this has been scripted, like television gets scripted, and maybe they only had enough material for 2 seasons, and they didn't think ahead beyond the first 2 seasons because they figured they'd get canceled. And now they have to wing it. That's what I'm looking at. It is. Yeah, it's a TV writer's room that is having writer's block right now. That's what's going on. They're having writer's block, and now we had this leak happen, and we're seeing these numbers that they didn't want us to see, and they're right in front of us. And if you look at this, they have, it's not just, these are not just all numbers. These are every detail, personal details, family context, photographs. It was carried out by this group, including, it was multiple people that carried this out: Killnet, Palace Pro, UserSec, Berengeni. The hackers now hold these terabytes of sensitive material, and now they can use it as leverage to try and maybe help end this thing. And that's what it's looking like they're doing. Did you see that clip? I don't know if I pulled it. I can go find it. Did you see the clip of them that released a video on this one? Maybe I can find
this.
No,
I didn't catch that. But, what I can say, honestly, is that this conflict and negotiation is going pretty much how I had originally expected it to when Trump took office. And, I'm not trying to say, like, I told you so, you guys, but this is simply following the money that led me to this conclusion. But I always said, Trump knows that the Ukraine war is not popular. However, he's captive to the same interests as the Democrats. So instead of just marching full steam ahead like Joe Biden was, what we're getting with Trump is stutter steps towards the same end goal, just to give people hope. But even when you look at Trump's latest quote unquote negotiations, all he's doing is he's telling the Russians everything they want to hear. And then he's going back to the Europeans and Ukraine and telling them everything they want to hear. So it looks like progress is actually happening, but no real negotiations have gone on this entire time. And you can't make me believe that Trump is that stupid that he doesn't understand that you have to have real negotiations if you want to end this conflict. So all he's doing is he's playing both sides until like it comes to a head. And will it wind up being British and French troops that draw us into Ukraine in the end? I'm not sure. Maybe I'm hoping we can still avoid the war, but I just want everyone to know, again, Palantir, the CEO of Palantir, Alex Karp, came out and said that he expects us to be in a 3-front war against Russia, China, and Iran by the year 2027, I believe, or something like that. So if that's what he's saying, and he's the profiteer on war, just like how, before the COVID pandemic, we had, the people talking about how there was a pandemic coming and then it happened. The profiteers of the pandemic predicted it. The profiteers of war are predicting a 3-front war. So, I hope we can avoid it, and maybe we can avoid it if we enlighten enough people on the plan. But this is what they've said they want to do. And again, real quick before I land, I want everyone to realize our weapon supplies are right now at 20% of where the Pentagon says they should be for the stated goals that they have on record. And Matt, do you know what the estimated time is for the manufacturing for all this to catch up, to get back to 100%? This is if today we stop giving away weapons. Guess how long of a time the Pentagon is saying it will take to replenish those supplies? Take a guess.
Decades. I don't know. Like
some of the most important cruise missiles, like the ATACMS, I believe, or the Tomahawks. It's going to take 6 to 7 years for that to happen.
Wow.
So how are they going to manufacture consent for a war economy? I don't know, but to convince the American people that we have to transform all of our manufacturing capacity into a war economy, that's going to be a big ask. But how else can they accomplish their stated goals unless there's consent from the American people to replenish this war supply? So hopefully Palantir is off on the timeline, but it really does make me worried because we can do it. Actually, we can replenish those supplies quicker, but we have to transform into a war economy.
Yeah,
that's the only way that could happen. So I'm personally worried about where this is going. And, I hope that, I'm wrong and that Trump really has something up his sleeve and he's really negotiating peace. But when I look at what he's doing, it kind of feels like he's just stringing everyone along because he knows what he's about to do is unpopular.
I just don't think there's any chance he has some trick up his sleeve. I mean, he definitely has a need to be seen well and to be received well, but he's waiting for his pecking orders. And when this thing ends, and I hope it ends soon, it's not going to be because he had some clever chess move. It's going to be because the overlords, all of them, said it's time. That's it. So I agree with you on the going around from negotiation to negotiation. There's some theater involved there. Again, I think he's getting the top-down command, and they recognize that half of MAGA got very, very pissed off, let's say the least, about Epstein. And they got they're at the minimum they're concerned, at least a little concerned, that it's not America first, it's Israel first. So there has to be some sort of posturizing of, oh, he does care about peace. So that might be what's happening right now. But at some point, the overlords will say it's time to end this. So it won't be Trump's magical move. It'll be because it's time to move those resources into the next thing, which the three-pronged war is the 3-front war is a thing. And I liked your comparison to COVID, but it's even worse than that because those are the people predicting it that knew it was going to happen. They weren't necessarily the people writing the checks. You have literally Palantir, Peter Thiel, you have Alex Karp, who were just given $320 billion from the big, beautiful bill. They're not just predicting it. They're not just in the room with it. They actually have the checks, and they're saying, here's what we're going to use that money for. And I don't know if we'll ever see that paper trail. But
they're taking our money that we're paying to them through our tax dollars. They're using that money to enrich themselves and bribe our politicians, and they're keeping it going. And it's essentially just a private sector implementation of total information awareness, which was big government, like 101. So, again, just really quick, I hope all the conservatives out there realize you can accomplish the same goals that you're afraid of in a communist government under a capitalist one, a quote unquote capitalist one, if you deregulate enough and, if you allow the oligarchs to run wild. And that's what we're letting them do right now.
Yeah. I wasn't able to find the video just yet, but this one came up and I thought this was important that we need to look at from RBN. Nick Cruz put this up. I guess the children indoctrinated into the Banderetti Nazi ideology to fight an unwinnable war for Western bankers. These are them. This is the poorest country in Europe. It's now completely dependent on NATO powers. You were talking about what happens to Ukraine. They're screwed, man. They are screwed. They're completely dependent on NATO powers, while the youth has no job prospects, no future.
And right now, it's not even just limited to just Ukraine. This carnage is going to go all over Europe in terms of the economic carnage, because right now, all these governments across Europe are pledging to spend their money that they don't have to fight Russia. So all we're doing is we're offloading the bill to the UK and Europe and the rest of Europe. But the people in those countries don't want it. It's just their governments are, nearly as corrupt as ours, probably just as corrupt, in a lot of ways. And they're being bamboozled, even worse than we are in some ways, because, their economy, they don't have the world reserve currency like we do. So, and right now, Germany is going through a period of rapid deindustrialization because energy costs have gone so high, because guess what? We blew up their pipeline and we stopped them from trading with Russia. So they have been one of the most dominant manufacturers in the world in many industries like automobiles. And right now, they're hurting really bad, and businesses are closing down. Unions are losing power, because of the fact that, they're spending more and more money on this war machine against a non-existent threat, because Russia doesn't want to invade the rest of Europe. And any honest observer would realize that. They don't even want to take all of Ukraine. If they did want to take all of Ukraine, they would have took it already. Like, they're literally just focused on protecting the areas that the Azov battalion is going after. And they want to, not have NATO right along their border. That's their goal. So it's their goal.
And we figured this out right away. It's very much like COVID. Like, it doesn't take a genius. Yeah, Trump knows it too. So this is what's going on there. This is the men are dead. They've been ripping out. They were going after 14-year-old boys. They were going after 60-year-old men. There's nobody left. These are the young girls they have lined up. Look at the looks on their faces during this little ceremony, this little Nazi ceremony they're doing. Here we go.
Yeah, we've been funding Nazi ideology, over there in Eastern Ukraine, since they took over, since the Second World War. So just like every other enemy that we face today, quote unquote enemy, like ISIS, Al Qaeda, they're all funded by our own government. And until we realize that and we call out the role we're playing in all these problems, we can't fix it. And Trump, if he really wanted to fix things, he would be honest about more of these issues, and he isn't. And he's just stutter stepping us towards the same end goal because he knows it's unpopular.
Yeah, and he's doing things like this. I played this in the opening of the show, and I just think it's important to just hear this again. What he's doing on Fox News, talking about wanting to go to heaven, trying to put some human element to it, trying to win back those MAGAs. They said, you're not a peace president, man. And this whole time he's saying these things with not even a mention or a consideration of the genocide we are funding in Gaza. So here, I don't know if you heard this one yet. This is his little heaven spiel to kind of relate to people about why he thinks he's doing a good thing here. Here we go.
I want to end it. We're not losing American lives. We're not losing American soldiers. We're losing Russian and Ukrainian, mostly soldiers. Some people, as missiles hit wrong spots or get lobbed into cities like Kiev and towns. But, if I can save 7,000 people a week from being killed, I think that's a pretty. I want to try and get to heaven if possible. I'm hearing I'm not doing well. I hear I'm really at the bottom of the totem pole. But if I can get to heaven, this will be one of the reasons. Well, I think I saved a lot of lives with India, Pakistan. They were going at it. The planes were being shot down. That was going to be maybe a nuclear war if I let that go. And I did that through trade.
There it is. And I guess that's probably had an effect on a handful of MAGAs who think that's some big moment of like human moment he's having. And again, I just think it's he's being walked through this process.
Of course. I mean, his actions don't align with his words. Like, if you really want peace, Matt, then you don't promise the world to both sides without actually trying to get some solid, like negotiations happening. And that's exactly what he's been doing. He's been taking the PR wins along the way. His space has been celebrating it because, unfortunately, it's hard to get the truth on this issue. Like the geopolitics is something I'm pretty interested in. So, I spend time like keeping up with what's happening, but most people don't do that. And, it's unfortunate because a lot of them are falling for the fact that they think he's a peacemaker. So,
yeah. All right. Well, that should do it for World War III watch. Let's just face it. It's already started and it's not ending either until we're all annihilated in nuclear extinction, I guess you'd say. Okay. Jay, you want to let's do the Peter Thiel story. Yeah. Are you okay?
Yep, let's do it. Let's get it done.
Okay. I'm loading this one here. Okay. Oh yeah, and I saw, so you sent me this one, and then I found a couple more things to back it up with. Hold on 1 second here. I think I got this. Yes, this was okay. And this would have gone unnoticed, but Jay, you brought this to my attention, Jay. The Peter Thiel opening his mouth. We're used to Alex Karp opening his mouth about Palantir, but once in a while Thiel will chime in as well. Here's the story from Leading Report. Billionaire tech investor Peter Thiel has warned that the greatest threat to humanity's future might not be nuclear war, climate change, or AI, but rather the emergence of a global one world government that exploits these crises and a justification to seize total control. Wow, don't shoot the messenger. He's just the guy bringing the message, right? He's got no involvement. I loved what you retweeted on this, Jay. This little picture of OJ. I love it. Sounds like the same thing when you say we gotta go find the real killers, right? We're right.
It's like exactly. It's like the Joker saying, "Hey, I heard there's a crazy guy running around town, who's robbing banks and harassing people." Like, come on, guys! Like, what are you talking about right now? There could be a tyrannical government that uses surveillance to oppress us. Like, this is what you're warning us about? Gee, well, how nice of you to bring that up. But I mean, it's good that he actually said it out loud, because I think people need to ask, okay, well, now that you're worried about this, sir, you tell us which companies out there do you think we should keep an eye on, if this is something we're worried about. Yeah. I wonder what he would say to that.
Yeah, exactly. So, and like I said earlier, Alex Karp's usually the one mouthing off. Thiel doesn't generally speak too much, or I haven't, at least I haven't, when I look for interviews, you don't see too many, but one interview came up with the New York Times that his assistant did. This one is pretty brilliant. I saw this, and then this guy, I forget that you'll see his little plug. He did a little intercept. He did kind of a little take in the middle of it, but it's pretty interesting. But this is the kind of psychopath, when these people open their mouth and start going, you're like, you're not a human being, right? Like, there's something wrong with you. So this is Peter Thiel's assistant having an interview with the New York Times fairly recently. I think in the last couple months here. I don't have the exact timestamp, but this will tell you everything you need to know about the psychopaths that are running this company, Palantir.
Peter, you've been doing great so far. Just some layup questions ahead, and let's bring this home.
I think you would prefer the human race to endure, right?
No way.
You're hesitating.
Yeah, well,
Yes?
I don't know. I would.
Yeah, yes. The answer is yes.
This is a long hesitation. This is a long hesitation.
There's so many questions implicit
Should
in this.
the human race survive?
Yes. The only answer is yes.
Yes.
Great.
But
fuck.
I also would like us to radically solve these problems.
Right.
And so, you know,
what is he talking? What is he talking about?
Yeah, transhumanism. Human natural body gets transformed into an immortal body. And there's a critique of, let's say, the trans people.
I like this guy's face. He's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
He has the same look in his face that I have on my face. That's hilarious, like listening to him talk. Like, I'm glad he said it. I'm glad he brought up the transhumanism thing, because he's telling you, listen, we want to end humanity. We want to create something new, transhumanity. Like, do you want to be part of transhumanity, Matt? Are you excited about that?
Yeah, this is the thing. So he's not like he has to just have this look like this. I can't fucking believe this guy's doing this right now. And that's why I love that this Instagram, it's called Good Work MB. So he's the one that edited himself in, saying this guy's inner monologue basically out loud. So here's the rest of it.
People in a sexual context, or I don't know, a transvestite is someone who changes their clothes and cross dresses. We want more than cross dressing or changing your sex organs. We want you to be able to change your heart and change your mind, your whole body. And then Orthodox Christianity.
It just stuff. They just kind of maneuver out. It's kind of man. It's wow. I mean, and these are the type of people. And you guys, you know, we've played you the Alex Karp clips, and you mentioned about the 3-prong war, or, you know, three full, you know, at the same time. And so they can't stop. They can't stop talking like this. Like they're all a bunch of Dr. Evils.
Yeah.
And again, Palantir, we said on the last segment, has been given this blank check for $380 billion for Palantir technology, which we know does all of this horrible shit. And a lot of people don't know this, Jay. I'm gonna play one more thing I found here, and then I'm gonna get you kind of, we'll sum up the whole thing. But this also stuck out because this is a group called Climate Resistance, and they like to protest Trump and anti-war and things like that. And a lot of them probably don't know about Palantir. And a lot of people we know in LA, we've been in the street, they don't know what Palantir is. They still don't know. And it's important that they educate each other. The fellow activists educate each other. Yeah.
And right before you play that, I just want everyone to know it's not even just Palantir that you have to think about with Peter Thiel, right? Because he also happens to be the owner of Clearview AI and facial recognition technology. So, like, he is the owner of the system that's going to get all the government contracts to recognize our face, and he owns the database that it's going to be used to reference, which would be built through Palantir. And his PayPal mafia buddy Elon Musk just gave him access to all of our government records with the Doge Commission. And he also happens to run a company that takes blood from young people to give it to old people to rejuvenate them. And I forget the actual name of the company, but the same guy is responsible for everything that I listed just now. So for him to come out and say that he is worried about a tyrannical government, the guy who's taking blood from young people to give to old people and building this dystopian database, I mean, it's rich. What other word can I use to describe that? Then ironic doesn't do it
ironic
justice.
Yeah.
Hypocritical. That's what I gotta call it.
Insane. It's insane. It's all these things. But yeah, that's God. You mentioned that the name of the company. Maybe look up Adrenochrome LLC. See if that one's taken. That might be the name of the one there. But
they would put that as the parent company. They wouldn't. Yeah. That wouldn't be the DBA because that would be too obvious. And all
too obvious. Yeah.
Like
so you put the one behind in the yeah. Exactly. That's how we do it. That's there you go. So this climate resistance group. I like this. It's just a little quick clip of one of the protests where I guess the girl's telling us that she's trying to educate the other activists about Palantir, and I think it's good. It's working. They're being very loud, and obviously there's a security guy pushing them out, but this is the type of loudness, and we talked about GERALD CELENTE earlier, just this loudness. I think we all got to be loud. We got to be loud, man. Like this is the time to do it. So if you can help educate your fellow protesters and give them more tools, more vocabulary, more talking points, more shouting points, then you can have this kind of stuff happen.
He got forcefully kicked out of the Hacking for Hell event that's organised by Palantir. I tried to tell the other interns what Palantir had been up to, that they create battlefield AI that decides who to kill in war zones, and I tried to mention that Palantir had also been complicit in the genocide in Gaza by providing AI for the Israeli military. They clearly couldn't allow this to happen because who would want to work for a company like that?
Who would want to work for a company like that? Yeah, that's what people do. As soon as you tell people what the horrible stuff the company does that pays them their paycheck, they all get up and walk out. That's what usually happens. Not really, but it's good to be loud about this, educating people and showing up to these things. It's just a small little group, but I think it's important to just keep talking about this. And you make a good point, Jay, that it's not just about Palantir; it's these other companies as well. But it's the same psychopaths behind them all, and it's not just one. We're not just talking about one Dr. Evil here, right? We're talking about a bunch of them, and then when they open up their yaps, they generally give away the thing that they weren't supposed to say. They're saying the quiet part out loud, and the reason they give away the quiet part out loud so often is because they're sociopaths and they don't know they're not supposed to say certain things.
Well,
it's not a mistake.
Yeah, they can get away with it. Like that.
Also, they can get away with it. Yes, that's also
that clip you just showed, Matt. Like they asked him, "Do you think humanity should survive?"
Yeah.
Why is that the first time I'm seeing that clip? How is that not major news? Like this dude's boss, like Peter Thiel, just got hundreds of billions of dollars from the government, and his assistant is questioning whether or not humanity should survive. And he begrudgingly said, yes, kind of, but it should be transhumanism, which he says himself is not the same thing as humanity. It's transhumanity, I guess you could say. So, I hate to even call it that because, I have friends, who identify as trans, and I would hate for them to be associated, with any of that stuff, Thiel is pushing. So.
Well, maybe that's a good point. You bring that up. We don't want you kind of get nervous about that association because that's not fair to that community. However, what if we took the opposite approach and we said, hey, why are you trying to push something on the American people that is something that people can decide if they are like, I don't know. I'm trying to angle this where you could say, you could leverage the trans community and say, hey, are you trying to tell us that we're all trans? Like, what are you trying to say? Like everybody's trans? What are you saying?
Yeah, because when you're arguing against transhumanism, that could be misinterpreted, like by some people. Oh, are you against LGBTQs? When you, because you're against transhumanity. I mean, it's a good way of kind of, sneaking it in over there. So am I surprised?
Sneaking it in. Yeah.
No, I'm not surprised at all. And again, I just hope people realize if you follow the money, that tells you all you need to know. And again, really quick, we can't do a segment about Palantir without telling everybody to go read One Nation Under Blackmail by Whitney Webb, because it really does put all this in perspective. And she tells you how we got here and what led up to it. And, the criminal connections, with organized crime and the marriage between Israel, the UK, and American intelligence agencies is something that more Americans need to understand.
Yeah. Okay. You have time for one more? You want to do the?
Let's do it real quick.
Okay.
The Maha one, right?
Yeah, we're doing Maha. We're gonna do Maha. Let me grab this. Sorry, man. We got this. Okay. Dr. This is David Campbell's gonna break this down. Let me
John Campbell, yep.
Or it's John Campbell. Sorry. There's a Dr. Dave Cartlin. And then there's also a Dr. John Campbell. So I just didn't want to mix them up. Okay. I'll throw it in here. Let's do the opening. Here it is.
But the virus stops with every vaccinated person.
But this is a pandemic of the unvaccinated.
The conspiracy theory about this related to vaccine, you're right.
We had to really move at the speed of science.
Doctors are baffled. They're looking into it. We're all confused. Nobody knows what's going on, but there's one thing we do know for sure, and we can tell you 100% accurately. We know what it's not. I'm here with co-host Jay Scott, and this tweet went out. We've seen a lot of studies being going down in Japan, and seeing some data coming out of Japan over the last several months, actually. And there is a major concern here. First, it was tweeted out by Dr. Dave Cartlin about this Japanese database, 18 million people in the database. They've proven that the COVID jab is tied to massive excess deaths based on this data with 18 million people. The professor, his name is Emeritus Yasufumi. God, I'm so bad with it. Yasufumi Murakami says the more doses you get, the sooner you're likely to die. And it says by the 120-day mark, deaths among vaccinated were 4.5 times more. I'm going to play this real quick, this video of Dr. John Campbell, who we have covered on the show a bunch of times. He's been out in the forefront of the COVID, not to mention the really just focusing on the statistics. So if there's any guy to do this, it's going to be John Campbell. Let me find the thing. Here we go. Shoot, I'm not finding it. Where the hell did it go? Hold on. Give me a second.
Yeah, and while you're looking that up, during the, I don't know if you have the clip where, he shows you the graph of how everything played out. I don't know if that's the part of the clip you're referring to or it's another one, but in the video on YouTube, he just points out essentially how you can see the deaths increase and peak around the 120-day mark, Dr. Dave Cartlin pointed out in here. And it's just one line that's flat along the bottom for unvaccinated people in terms of excess deaths. And then you have excess deaths in people that are vaccinated. And it just goes straight up. It's the red line and the green line. And with a sample size of 18 million people, that is enormous. That is something that you can't ignore. And at the end of the video, he simply says, hey, this should be enough for regulators. We pulled the swine flu vaccine after, what was it, 12 deaths or something like that. And we literally have the Japanese government who paid out 900 people over there in death and wrongful death because of the COVID vaccine. They've already paid that out. And now we have a study showing 18 million and it hasn't been pulled. Why was the swine flu vaccine pulled for 12 deaths, but 18 million?
Well, let's be clear. The 18 million is that's the database.
Sorry, that's the study.
That's a ton of people to get accurate information from those numbers. So let's be clear about that. But here's Dr. John Campbell, who's very good on breaking this down. This from Japan. This study. Here we go.
So we found that the number of doses increased. The peak of deaths appears faster, meaning the more doses you get, the sooner you're likely to die within a short period. So the risk increases with more doses. If the vaccine had no toxicity or didn't induce death, there wouldn't be a peak. That's the point, he says. Now, this is one of the graphs that are presented here. Now, what we see is two clusters, isn't it? Two clear clusters. So the vaccinated here, roughly in that line there. I think it just stays a little bit above for quite some time. And the unvaccinated here. Now, these figures are excess deaths. So that's the unvaccinated there, remaining a little lower as time goes on. So we see clear differences. Now, the units here aren't entirely clear for translational purposes, but what we've got there is 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4, 0.5, 0.6. So this is linear. It is not a logarithmic scale. So basically, if that's the excess deaths there in the unvaccinated group, you see that the deaths in the vaccinated group are 1, 2, 3, 4, 4.5 times more. Clear white paper between the group that were vaccinated and their likelihood of dying and the group that were not vaccinated and their likelihood of dying. Now, this is based on a study of approximately, this data comes from approximately 18 million people in Japan. That's a pretty convincing sample size, meaning this data is likely to be highly, incredibly highly significant.
Yeah, I explained it wrong when I said 18 million were proven dead in the study, but he lines it up perfectly. Like, there's a higher rate of death. It's undeniable in the vaccinated group, and this was known earlier on, and people just been denying it. But there were studies done that compared European countries that were highly vaccinated to ones that were unvaccinated, and even the ones that were unvaccinated that tended to be poorer than the ones that were highly vaccinated. They had less excess deaths. So, all the numbers have pointed in this direction. Like, so many people called this early on. Like, we have to take a moment and ask ourselves, why were so many people, many of whom had no scientific background, able to, tell what was going on early on? Because, we can't let this go, man.
No, we can't let this go. And I would say this, one of the questions I had watching this when I saw the end of the graph is I go, it's interesting. I wonder if they're accounting for what we call the
long term. They're not.
The long term.
Yeah, this is just a short term. In fact, in his next video, he talks about the cancer risk going up.
Yes, that's the part that is even more concerning, because that's more concerning. This is looking at what happened, try to understand, get a kind of a perspective of what we all went through together, on depending on what line you're on. And if the story stopped there, that would actually be good news. If we were like, oh, we got through that, sucks if you were up here, but we all ended up here. All right, let's move on. We're not moving on here. This is it's the long term, which wasn't in that. That's the part I'm more concerned about. Although this is so important, we need to know what happened and we need to know why it happened. But we're not through this yet. And anybody telling you to drop this conversation, it's old news, stop obsessing with it, they have something they're hiding, and that's either their own ego, their own fear, whatever that is. They don't want to look, they don't want to know, and they want to move on. So don't let them shame you into moving on. When we're not done, we're still in the tunnel. That's my concern. We're still in the tunnel.
And the elevated cancer risk is just one of the long-term risks, because unfortunately the particles are so small, the lipid nanoparticles, that they can go anywhere in the body. There's been also an uptick in Alzheimer's rates, like in vaccinated people. So it's crossing the blood-brain barrier. There's also data showing it could be having impacts on fertility, for both men and women. So there's so many impacts that aren't even, shown by that graph, which is already a pretty telling graph. I mean, there's so many impacts that we haven't accounted for RFK, who knew what was going on during the campaign, to now be in a position of power as the leader of, HHS and not have pulled this off the market is absolutely astounding. Like, if you just go to Kennedy's campaign and you play some of his campaign speeches and blast it out at a HHS meeting, how can they justify not having pulled these shots? It makes no sense. And he's not talking about the core risks of mRNA technology, and they're trying to rebrand it now and call it something else. So what is it now? Re-amplifying, self-amplifying vaccines. So they do the same thing again and again. They try to give us a few wins to trick us into thinking we've made some progress. And then when you're not looking, they really keep going with the same end goals, and there's no change in the general direction. And unfortunately, it does seem like we're making one or two small improvements, under Kennedy, but for the most part, we're going in the same direction. They're all down with Larry Ellison, AI, mRNA. Let's bring it all together, AI and mRNA, and solve cancer that we're about to create. So they're creating the cancer, and then they're also creating their profitable solution to the cancer. And Trump is bragging about it, saying, and we're all going to get rich as we kill ourselves, because I'm going to create, a sovereign wealth fund that's going to fund this. So I'm going to use your own money to fund the poison that's going to kill you and your family and devastate the country.
And I'm going to do it at an Operation Warp Speed rate. So you're going to love it. It's
It
going to
worked
be
so good last time. We need another one. It worked so well last time.
Yeah. You know, this is, we keep talking about, I mean, we've been following RFK Jr. this whole way. And, you know, we talk about mini wins. But at the end of the day, this is just, I'd be very clear with people. If they think that maybe he just needs to do better, he needs to suck it up, he needs to just fight harder. That's not what we're watching here. We're watching somebody who got captured because he had to compromise to get into his position. And there's things that are not going to happen. That mRNA is not coming off the shelf. It's not.
Yeah. For us to be this far in without it happening yet, the only way it could happen is if he's forced to do it. So I know Children's Health Defense is suing him, you know, for different things. So will there be some legal battle that does it? Maybe. But my thing is, you know, we were just talking about this in the space last night. You know, the RNC and DNC are completely captured. So it's next to impossible to make systemic change in the right direction if you're doing it from within those parties. And Kennedy knew that, which is why, you know, I was personally shocked, you know, like when he went and endorsed Trump. But from the moment he did it, I knew it was downhill from there. Like I never went with, I was one of the few ones who didn't. Well, there was maybe like 30-40% of us in the Kennedy campaign who didn't follow him, but the majority of people did. Majority of people went Maha. So
they said you got to give him a chance, you know, and I get that sentiment, but now the chance has been had. It doesn't take 4 years to pull a product off the market. Sorry, doesn't take 4 years to pull a car with shitty brakes off the market. It doesn't take 4 years to pull any.
Look at the precedent. Look at the precedent. Swine flu pulled after 12 deaths. The government of Japan alone has paid out over 900 wrongful deaths because of the vaccine. So the fact that governments are, and now that was before this study. Now we have this study of 18 million people coming from the government of Japan. So I mean, there's no excuse. So I really hope, you know, he has a trick up his sleeve, but am I betting on it? Nope.
Well, before we end the segment, you know, this is the completely unrelated to what we were talking about, Jay, but I just thought I'd report on a couple random, very sad deaths that occurred. And I just thought I'd give them a little bit of time here. Nothing to do with anything we're talking about, guys. I just want to be absolutely clear. So this was a beauty influencer, Liz Lynn Royo. She's dead at the age 36. Very tragic. Beauty influencer. The social media star's death was confirmed via message of her husband, posted on Sunday the 10th. Her account had more than 144,000 followers. Dear friends, Liz was always a girl with a smile, full of sunshine and love. She's always curious about new things, especially caring and loving towards animals, possess a unique, captivating sense of taste, always adding beauty and inspiration to the world with her vision and creativity. No cause of death has been publicly revealed at the time of publication. We looked it up, still no cause. I checked before. And guys, I'll be clear here. Like we're not saying how she died. We're just saying that when you know, when they'll tell you in the headline, they'll tell you car crash. They will tell you drowning. They will tell you the thing, especially when it's like a young person. They'll tell you the horrible accident that happened. When it's not revealed, no cause of death, that's, you know. Yeah,
I should have sent it to you. You're right. We do need to question every death of, you know, someone who was previously healthy. Now, it would be one thing if she had chronic conditions that she was living with for a while, long before COVID. You know, that would be one thing. But, you know, has she ever posted about, you know, encouraging people to go get the vaccine?
No,
I don't know. But one thing I can say is there was another one. I wish I had sent you the clip when I found it, but there was an influencer, you know, who was going around shaming people, you know, for not taking the vaccine and bragging about her, what she was calling, quote unquote, her booster baby because of how many, you know, COVID vaccines she took and the fact that she took the booster while she was pregnant. And unfortunately, like a few weeks after she was bragging about her booster baby, you know, she found out that her baby was no longer alive. So do we know that, you know, the booster was what did that? No, we don't. But I do think it's important to, you know, talk about all these coincidences and why it is that so many young people are dying early and being diagnosed with these diseases. And we're not saying it's just one thing. We're not saying this is all due to the COVID shot, because for sure there's poisons all through the environment. But something changed in 2021. Something changed drastically. And, you know, if we're not honest about that and really investigating all the long-term effects that could be happening right now, then we're going to get caught off guard. Maybe we can prepare ourselves and find a way to reverse it and cure it if we actually invest the energy into it. But we can't do that if we're denying that there's even a problem, which Kennedy is kind of doing, because he hasn't pulled it off the market. He said, well, maybe in some cases, if people are kind of healthy and their kids, maybe they shouldn't take it. We're not going to force you to take it. But he's not talking about any of the problems that he was calling out while he was on the campaign. So what I would like someone to start doing is going to RFK speeches and playing RFK speeches from his campaign. That would be nice. Maybe he should be reminded, you know, of what he was talking about during the campaign, because he seems to have forgotten it now that he has power.
Yeah. No, but we need to look into all these, and we need to hold people accountable and keep asking questions. We're not doctors. We're not scientists. We're just reporting the news, and we're trying to ask questions. And then we notice things like when people get censored and canceled and shamed, and we're told things like, we don't know what's going on. We're baffled, and we were looking into it, but we know what it's not. That's when we get curious. Here's another Irish designer found dead, just had finalized divorce. That's very sad. That's very, very sad. Irish-born fashion designer found dead on a yacht off the coast of New York. Just finalized her divorce just months before. She was 33. Martha Nolan O'Slatara, unconscious on the boat. She was called, a man called 911 around midnight. Despite the Good Samaritans trying to perform CPR, they pronounced her dead after she arrived. The detective said postmortem that did not show any evidence of violence, or her final cause of death is pending further examination. It's going to take 3 months. I'll tell you guys this: don't hold your breath. These autopsies, they take years sometimes. You never ever
here's
get back.
Here's the thing. Doctors don't acknowledge that there are possible long-term consequences of the mRNA shots right now. So no matter what the actual cause of death is, if it was related to the mRNA shot, we're not going to know.
We're not going to. They know what it, because Jay, they know what it's not.
Yeah,
they don't know what it is.
Exactly.
They know what it's not. Yeah. Here's another one. Fitness influencer Haley McNess family speaks out after her sudden death at age 37. She was a championship bodybuilder. So we're talking about healthy people. Bodybuilder died at her home August 8th. Her father confirmed to People magazine. The official obituary published in a local outlet in Boston on August 12th. The death of a lifelong athlete was unexpected but peaceful. She was born in Massachusetts in Concord, high school in Concord, bachelor degree where she got at university, UMass.
Yeah, there's a brand new pathology for anyone who doesn't get embalmed. We might not even know what's happening, but like there's plastic blood clots that are essentially formed in people, really thick, white, fibrous blood clots that people have never seen before. So there's so many new ways that it's actually killing you. And what I would, encourage people to do, ask questions, but when you hear about these early deaths, just go ask, is this someone who was encouraging people to take the shot and was bragging about taking the shot? And did they ever express regret for that? Because the truth is, like, people young did die, like before the pandemic. So I wouldn't want anyone to watch this segment and say that we're saying that young people never died before this segment. But what we're pointing out is essentially the fact that it's happening so much more often now, and they're not even considering the possibility that it could have something to do with the shots, because it's not just cancer. Like I said, they're seeing blood clots that are brand new, that they have never seen before in human history. They look different than anything we've ever seen, and it crosses the blood-brain barrier. It might not be something that's obvious, but because it goes everywhere in the body, we don't know what all the possible impacts are, and we should be talking about it. So it's important to highlight these stories because we should be asking questions. But for the people out there who are watching this, if you're someone who encouraged people to get the shot, or if you're someone who shamed people for getting the shot, for not getting the shot, and you're seeing this happen right now, then you should get on the right side of God on this, in my opinion. I'll go spiritual for a second. And you should admit that you were wrong. If you now realize that's the case, you should apologize for it. And you should demand justice and explain how you were tricked. And you should learn from the experience, because like, we have to call this out. None of us have been given, like, I haven't been given any apologies from people who told me that I was a dangerous misinformation spreader during the pandemic. And you don't have to apologize if you did that. Just show that it would be nice if you did, but just show that you've learned the lesson and talk about it some more. Because if we're not talking about this stuff, we're not going to get justice. So, don't hyper focus on every story and think it was always the vaccine, but let's look at the big picture and realize that young people are dying a lot faster now, and healthy people. Fitness influencers weren't dying like this before.
Yeah. The other thing people can do is, if somebody in their life has something like this happen, if you knew somebody like this girl or any of the ones we've shown so far, try and have try and have conversations. We should be able to ask, just like if somebody smoked all their life and they died of lung cancer, you should be able to say, how many packs of smokes did they have? Like, how dare you? That's not appropriate. That's personal. It's like, why don't we ask, like, what happened here? Or are we concerned? Are we going to try to make a correlation here? That is it worth a conversation? Or do you have another answer for us? We're still waiting on the autopsy. We don't have an answer. Or is the family okay with not having an answer? Are you okay with that? We'll just move on and say, this is the new reality we live in, where it's, oh, well, move on. I guess this girl should have been a bigger athlete than she was. She didn't athlete enough. Is that, like, what are we taking away from this? You athlete harder than literally a lifelong athlete. You should have worked even harder on your body or your health, right? Before this, as it says in the quote, unexpected but peaceful. Okay. All right, I got a couple more real quick here. So this is Kelly Clarkson's ex, Brandon Blackstock. They finally told us what it was, because it was this, we don't know, unexpected. We're looking into it, or they just were keeping it secret until they were ready to get the verbiage right. They finally came up with the verbiage for us. Less than a week after his passing at 48, the cause of death for Brandon Blackstock has been revealed. He was married to Kelly Clarkson for 7 years. He died peacefully. I like the word peacefully at home on August 7th in Montana under hospice care, surrounded by his family, according to a statement from people from the coroner. He also was confirmed that the cause of death was melanoma, a form of skin cancer, while the manner of death was, I guess we're calling it natural causes. 48-year-old dying of skin cancer of melanoma is a natural cause. I guess that's where we're at now, and that's it. So case closed. And then they explain what.
And for those who don't understand, like how this could be happening, SV40 is DNA contamination that's known to cause cancer. It was way above the allowable limits inside the mRNA shots, and in response to that, instead of taking the DNA fragments out the shots and manufacturing it better, what our agencies have done, our health agencies have done, is they've increased the allowable amount of this cancer-causing DNA like tenfold. So now, even though it was outside the allowable limits, they just moved the limit up so you can put more in there. So technically now it's inside the limit. So that's one thing. Also, mRNA can integrate into the cells and cause, your cells to create spike protein, which has the immune system attack it, and that can cause cancer. So there are multiple pathways actually that you can get cancer from these shots. So when you hear, people who had cancer before have it come back and it's more aggressive, when you hear people who never had an issue, were perfectly healthy, get vaccinated, and a few months later they have cancer, it could be coincidence, but it might not be. And unfortunately, we're not getting answers on whether or not it is. So because they're not even considering the possibility. They don't acknowledge, Matt, that there are potential long-term effects of the vaccine. So because they won't even acknowledge that, if they didn't take a shot within the last month or two, then they're not even considering it a possibility.
They're not,
so that's the scariest part.
Yeah. And if anyone brings it up, they say, hey, that's private. How dare you? What are you asking about? Has nothing to do with it. That we know. We were told that we know that. Fauci told us that after the Monday Night Football incident a few years back. Darren Hammond, he goes down on Monday Night Football. Fauci came on CBS immediately the next day and said, we're looking into it, but there's one thing we know for sure. We know what it's not. That's where we got the idea for this title of this segment. That Fauci could tell us that with complete 100% certainty that anybody talking about that is a conspiracy theorist. Don't talk about that. We don't know what it is, but we know what it's not, and that's been ingrained in people's heads ever since that one. Damar Hammond, that's the guy's name. Last one, Jay. Last one. I'll let you get out of here. Speaking of football, Keyshawn Wilder's cause of death. Ray Lewis's nephew. He was a community college football player and assistant coach. It devastated the community. This is the announcement that went on Twitter. It is deep sadness. That they announced the passing of the former student athlete and assistant football coach Keyshawn Wilder. Read in a statement on X, dedication to the football team, profound both on and off the field. As of now, neither the family nor the university has released details regarding his death or the funeral arrangements. Media outlets reports they want privacy. That's another one we see. A common one is we request privacy. Leave us alone. We don't want to talk about this, but we're not going to tell you what happened.
It is understandable that people aren't ready to have that conversation in the immediate aftermath of the death because they're trying to get their loved one buried. And I'm not saying that's the right way to do it, to go hammer people with that even before the funeral. But in my opinion, if you really love someone and they may have been taken away from you early by one of these shots, and you're now realizing that could be the case, then I would want to get justice for them. I've lost two people actually close to me who were relatively healthy. One a few months after his booster. In fact, he was definitely in that timeline that we saw, in the chart from the Japanese study. That was my uncle actually. He lost his life a few months after he took his booster, and I just lost a second mother to me personally to a blood clot. Unfortunately, an aneurysm that popped up in her brain. Never had an issue with blood clots before, and in the immediate aftermath, I'm not going to my other family members and saying, "Hey, I told you so." I'm not doing that. But at the end of the day, we do have to ask ourselves, hey, he died of something and they're dying of things that we now know can be caused by this shot. So we owe it to them to ask for justice. We owe it to them to demand a little bit of justice, in my opinion. And obviously, I have personal reasons for wanting to do it, obviously, because I don't want to live in a country where I can be forced to poison myself. But outside of that, it's also about getting justice for everyone who's no longer here. And a lot of these people are smart people, got caught up in mass formation, following the crowd. This is a flaw that humans have, unfortunately. Sometimes we're followers when we shouldn't be. And, hopefully, if there's anything good that comes out these last 4 years, people can understand how dangerous it is to be a follower and not ask any questions. So, yeah, on that note,
that should do it.
Run. Yeah. So, and I want everyone out there, if you're interested in systemic change, go to WTPnational.com. That's www.wtpnational.com, where we are building a decentralized third party that avoids a lot of the corruption that we have in politics now. We're cutting out the back room. Check it out if you're interested, and make sure you sign up so you're getting the information on what's happening in your area. So on that note, I'm out of here, Matt.
Take care, Jay. We'll see you next time. Okay.
Later.
Bye. Jay Scott, everyone. What a loaded show we've had. We had the one and only GERALD CELENTE on with us. We had Craig Pasta earlier. Covered so many topics here. Jay Scott, you guys hopefully appreciated some of those conversations. Of course, if you're late to the show, that's fine. You can always go back and watch the replay. All the replays are on our Rumble channel, the live feed, the Raw show. We never take them down. They never take them down. We are very grateful for that over here on Rumble. YouTube, not so much. We don't know when they're going to take our next show down on Rumble. Let's see here. Okay, I think we're ready for a little talking back with you guys. So if you want to throw your question, comments up. We got a bunch of them already. Just got word we're going to be joined by Leslie, so that is awesome. So Leslie's going to be doing some talking back with you guys, and I'll be there too as usual. So let's just get started. And I'll throw this up just now, so you guys, if you don't know where you can do your comments, you can do it actually not on only Rumble. You can do it on Twitter on the Homeless Left. This is our the Homeless Left's the main channel on Rumble. This is our YouTube channel, THL Presents. You guys can throw some stuff up there. We're going to be taking these comments from all these spots, including if you guys want to throw it up on my own personal one on Twitter X or on Facebook, if you guys happen to be having that on your feed under my name, Matt Weinglass. Other than that, I think we're good to go. Let's go ahead. Oh, and of course, Rumble Rants, go to the front of the line. Rumble Rants, front of the line. Just throwing that out to you guys right now. I think something might be a little off on our YouTube super chat right now, which is cool. We're working on it. Not a big deal. It's not censorship. It's a little tech issue we're fixing it. So Rumble Rants on Rumble, front of the line. Okay, here we go, guys. It's time for a little talking back with Leslie today. Here we go. All right, here we go. There she is. Hey.
Hi. Am I on? Can you hear me?
We got you. We got you good. And I told them all we had an excellent time away together and did some exploring and some healing and some, as we were saying, the immune building opportunities, vitamin D, all that good stuff. So feeling good. I hope you're feeling good.
Yeah. Oh my God. It is crazy healing. At least I'll speak for myself, leaving Los Angeles, leaving this crazy trafficked, horrible air quality, angry people driving. It was very refreshing. And I love to tell people, and I encourage everybody, leave your house periodically. Whether it's you go to the next town or you go out of the country or wherever you go to the mountains. We have to kind of leave this behind a little bit for us to heal and to grow. And I feel refreshed every time I go to vacation by myself or with you or with my family or my friends. It feels great. And it feels great to be back. But I feel really good that we went to visit a very small country. I realized a lot of people have not heard of Belize. Mm-hmm. I don't know if you mentioned Belize, but a lot of people didn't. Yeah. One of the people that we went with has never heard of Belize before a month ago. So that was really cool. And it was brand new for me. It was brand new for you. We had to do a little bit of research, but I think we did most of it as we were there, learning about the people and the culture and how trilingual everyone is. Geez, is the United States the only country that's like monolingual, Matt?
Yes, we are. It's apparently everybody else has got English worked in a little bit, and then in some cases like Belize, they got 3 languages going.
People in Belize speak all 3. It is remarkable. It's so cool. English, Spanish, and I'm not sure if it's a full language, but at least a dialect, maybe a language called Creole. Yep. And anyway, I loved it so much. I want to go again.
Yes, me too.
An amazing place. Incredible time. But we're sunburned. We got our vitamin D for a whole year. I'm like 5 shades darker. I was peeling but it felt good to be outdoors. And you notice, Matt, in Belize, there was like no lines in the sky. And today I go out with my mother and I count about 50, 60 lines in the sky. I go into the store, I come back out. These lines in the sky have become these fake looking clouds. Like they're really dispersed. It's really strange. And it's just so weird to me. Like we talked before, when we go to Mexico, we don't see any, especially further down south. And now when we're in Belize, the sun was clear, the sky was clear. There was none of that outdoors. No. It was very, very interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, but you're not allowed to comment on that, Leslie, because you're not a weather expert. So don't pretend to have an opinion about how different the skies are. So, if you see lines in the sky in LA, it's condensation. It's not chemtrails. So don't even try talking like a conspiracy theorist. And, put your head back down and get back to work and stop asking questions.
Stop asking questions. That's right. But good to be back. And just everybody get out of your house and go do something fun. It feels really good.
All right. Well, let's
come into my room. So I'm hot right now. Okay, so you have a million comments, Matt. And so I will do my best to run through a bunch of them and maybe not spend 10 minutes talking about something.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll go with your flow. Start wherever you want. And
I'll read this one. It just came in from Fred. Belize isn't poisoning their people from the sky. Are they crazy? What a bunch of lunatics out there.
I love it, Fred Edward.
And you know, they have,
awesome.
I think they have, and maybe I'm wrong if someone wants to correct me, they have 500,000 people population. They have less than Los Angeles. And it is clean. It is like a very clean version of Rosarito or Tijuana, right, Matt? I didn't really see trash anywhere. I didn't see rodents. I didn't see flies. It was just like a really clean place. I love it.
You know what's funny is every time I clicked this one. This is Zuzilla saying, "Hey Leslie,
hey
check
Zuzilla.
out with the tan."
I love it. I mean, I'm very dark right now, but you know, I love it. And Matt got a good little tan too. You don't really tan that much, but you got a little one.
I did a little bit. You know, I gotta say it's so funny. Every time we go to a new place to explore, or people find out that we go to Mexico, or we're going to these places and they've never been, or they get scared about it. They go, "Oh, is it safe? Is it dangerous? What's the crime?" They're always so interested in the safety. And I'm like, you know, we have safety issues here in LA. Like we have a lot of problems.
We live in LA, dude. Like what could be worse in LA?
We have to go to neighborhood meetings about our inability for our own police to protect, for our own system to function, which it doesn't. That's why we have to do like neighborhood shit together and like figure it out. How do we stop the crime? How do we stop the unsafety? How do we stop the stuff that we can't control? We can only do so much. And yet when we go to another country, the first concerned people, they never ask us about, hey, how did you guys, how is everything going in your part of town? They don't care about our safety here. They only care, is Belize, is that a crime? And it's like, I think we're wired to assume the worst about places that aren't here. This is how we function. We get nervous and afraid. And then when you and I go, there's nothing in the sky. There's also no homeless in the street. There's no crime. There's none of that. Now, it's not to say there's zero crime. Of course, there's crime wherever you go, but it's interesting that people only get concerned about things they don't know about because they don't have the information and they always think the worst. Meanwhile, here we are, our entire system's falling apart and it's effing dangerous here. And no one really wants to have that conversation. Yeah.
And I felt very safe, not because I'm walking next to a giant. People maybe forget how big you are, but I felt safe overall. Yeah. So yes, there's a few comments about Belize. It is fantastic, Fred. We loved it. It is a fantastic country. Oh, and not to mention the islands. Oh my gosh, the islands off of Belize are just. You guys have to go. It is fantastic. I loved it so much. Zuzilla spelled my name wrong. It's fine. There's a lot of cool comments towards the end, but I guess I should start from the beginning.
Okay. Yeah, or whatever timestamp I'll follow you.
Gonzo, sorry, at the end too, Gonzo said, "Don't call them chemtrails. It triggers the brainwash." Yep. And yes, I do have a bad hair day, Zuzilla. You're right. Okay, so let me go up. Oh my gosh, there's so many, Matt. I'm just gonna read, and you know what? If you want to comment on something, you can interrupt me, okay?
Okay.
Jeremy, really cool to have you on. Jamila Verona. Oh my God, you gotta watch my brother's show going live now. Thank you. That was from Facebook.
That's my bro Jeremy, and he's trying to get and this is why I am on Facebook. It's a more personal reason because we're here in LA, we're in Hollywood. There's so many people that are so angry when we have these discussions and what are you guys doing? And I just let them know they can come. They know my brother. He's
Is that your twin brother?
My twin brother. That's Jeremy Weinglass.
I thought that was you.
Yeah. But he's like, and so on Facebook, it's like, you guys, this is it's personal. It's actually for me, and I'll say this, and Jeremy knows this, you know this. People, I don't know if people don't understand this part of what we do, the part of the job that's actually probably the opposite of what we thought coming in. And you guys might not know this, but it's harder for us to get pushback from people we know than it is from strangers. Strangers, it's fine. I love it. That's actually one of the reasons I signed up for this was I like engaging with strangers. Some of them can be complete a-holes. I don't care. It doesn't faze me in the least. Some of them will loosen up and you'll make connections with strangers. It's great. And they change their minds and they're like, hey, we're a fan now. We hated you. Now we love you. When it's people, it's the absolute worst when they come at you, because it does feel personal. And so I think that's the reason why. And any of you guys that have been watching us on Rumble, don't worry about going to our the Facebook's there for anybody in our community here that is so angry. Matt, what are you doing? How dare you? You should be making a movie right now. Well, we are, we're still making movies, but you shouldn't be having these conversations. This is bad. You're going to piss people off like me and blah, blah, blah. So we lose friendships. We lose these relationships here, but just watch. And that's why my brothers ask, just watch for a few minutes, and maybe you'll hear something. I don't know. So I appreciate that effort by Jeremy to do that. But ultimately, we're looking ahead. We're looking at engaging with new people and making new relationships with people that have the same struggles and the same concerns that we have, and we want to help elevate each other. So thank you, all you guys that have discovered us, and we're making these friendships, and we love it.
Oh yeah, it's been great to get to know a lot of you, and I'll second that. Well, I'll just say this: I've had significantly way more awesome and productive conversations with strangers, that people I've never met before.
Yeah.
From Rumble or even Facebook as well, than the people I know in person. And so I'm just gonna say that the people in my Facebook and in my life, we can't really have these really productive conversations. So thank you guys for tuning in and for all this wonderful commentary that I will start now.
Okay, here we
Are
go.
you from YouTube? I was going to read some of the Collad and Cat Bless, but you know what? That's already been discussed, and Craig, said a lot of great things and then redeemed himself. Yes, we're all in this together, right? So
Yes.
it's great to reach understanding and even to apologize if you feel like you were a little abrupt. So I won't read any of these, but thanks for tuning in. Collad and Cat Blessed. I know you're a fan. We're a fan of you too.
I'll just throw the last one up. Kaladin said, "Thanks for responding, Pasta. I appreciate the dialogue." And that's what it's about. And you guys can go back and watch what happened. There was a little back and forth there. I'm positive it's about the conversations, and it's important, and I love it. And that's people aren't cutting each other off and saying F you. They're saying, let's try to go for understanding. Let's figure it out. Dialogue. Words are not violence, guys. Words are empowerment. Let's listen to each other. Let's go for understanding.
That's right. I like your cat. It's really cute. Keel Jones at 1238 wrote Rachel Mad Cow.
Love it. Thanks, Kyle.
Man, I've gotten in so much trouble with people that I love when I criticize people like her. And people that I used to be friends with. Yeah. That would be me being a sexist, Matt.
Yeah, exactly.
I cannot critique Harris or what did Keel wrote? Rachel Mad Cow.
Yeah. And then there's a follow-up on Overman screaming into the void
during Russiagate was hilarious.
Yeah, it was hilarious. The guy is insane, and I think he got more insane as time went on, because he was tolerable when he was on MSNBC, but now I don't know what the guy lost his mind during Russiagate. He never recovered. Yep.
A lot of people didn't. Julia MR at 1241. Pigs have more integrity than anyone on MSNBC. Oh my gosh. I did listen. I was in the middle of a lot of things today, but I did listen into the MSNBC turning into MS what? News?
MS Now?
Changing MS Now.
Yeah. Yeah. Which I guess it stands for multiple sclerosis now. Is that?
Yeah, I could. Oh my gosh.
Or is it Miss now? Like Mrs. Now? Miss. It's Ms. to you.
Miss you. Julia, did you mean pigs like the animal pigs or the police officer pigs? No, I'm kidding. If there's any police officers watching us, sorry.
Yeah. No,
Julia.
I think she means actual pigs, because pigs do have
pigs have all the integrity, and they're so smart. Stop eating them, you guys. Okay.
Yeah.
Sherry Weiss at 1242. Maddow was awful about the Rage Against the War Machine rally. Yes, she was. Yes, she was. Why do I have to support her if she's a woman and a queer woman? Why do I have to support her? When is she going to support me?
That was the very, very first time we did official journalism away from documentary filmmaking, because I was, you guys know I've been a documentary filmmaker for years, but when we covered that Rage, and you guys, Craig brought it up with GERALD Celente earlier, that was my first time doing journalism, and then coming home and then watching Rachel Maddow, it actually, that clip of her talking shit on everything we just came from in that DC that year, that was February of 2023. That clip of Rachel, so you guys know, and Sherry, if you're still watching even now, that inspired me to start the show. We started the show right after Rage Against the War Machine. a few months later. It was May, I think it was May that year. So Rachel was covering us, telling her audience that we were a bunch of assholes out there, and at the same time saying that we were dangerous, but also laughing at us, saying that we weren't even there wasn't even many of us, and she was smirking and mocking and balking at us. And I was like, that's not news. We were out there doing news, and now I'm going to take the whatever I'm going to take I'm taking the lead now, becoming this journalist that she refuses to do. She's not doing journalism, so I'm going to do it. And that was a big motivation. So I do remember that too. Yeah.
So you tell me, why am I supposed to respect her? Why am I supposed to automatically love her and support her and follow her? Anyway, Sherry Weiss, I agree with you. At 12:44, you wrote, Celente is a great guest. He is surely a ball of energy. I liked him too. Oh yeah.
Yeah. We had one little discrepancy on the food issue, but hey, it was fun. I'm glad we didn't. We just did a little bit, and I was agreeing with him, but I was trying to add to it and go, well, there's also this, and he's like, no, this is the only thing. I was like, oh well, but it's okay. I did love the energy though. He was great.
Yeah, he was. I'm gonna breeze through some of these. I like Keo Jones' comment at 12:45. During the oil crisis, Carter told people in the North who could not afford heating oil to wear a sweater, Matt.
Yeah. Well, there you go. That's the figure it out yourself. Is that kind of like Trump throwing the paper towels at Puerto Ricans? Kind of like
it is, and like Obama drinking or pretending to drink some of that dirty water.
Oh, that's the worst. I don't know if you can outdo that one. That takes the cake. That's
terrible.
Yeah. Carter doing this is rude and like, insensitive. That's what Obama doing the water in Michigan. That is well beyond rude and insensitive. That is like diabolical. That's diabolical.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Wow. Anyways, but the point is what Celente, what Jared was telling us, his thesis coming into the interview was they're all horrible, all of them. There's no like, well, Carter, meant well. No, he's saying every single one of them, and he only cited Eisenhower. We didn't talk about Kennedy, but I think a lot of us agree that Kennedy was the last one that stood up to Israel, like for reals. And Eisenhower was right before him, and that's there's not really any. The point is, there's nothing really good to say about anybody after Kennedy. There's nothing we can say. We can pretend Carter meant well and had nice things to say, but he was still part of the machine, I think is the point.
Yeah, I just wonder when, if ever, maybe not, when are we going to realize that there's not one good team, one bad team? The Republicans are like, oh, those Democrats. And the Democrats are like, oh, those Republicans. Not a black and white thing. Yeah, it's still happening. I see the feed of a lot of my friends on social media, and it's still like everyone's so angry at the current president, and I'm not sure if they can tell me why. Because of ICE. We don't talk about the war.
Yeah. I mean, that's okay. Like
weapons
we're also angry about ICE, but we're bringing like conversation and critical thinking. They're not. They're just being told. And it's too bad. I wish they would think for themselves and know what they don't even know the Palantir's, the technology behind ICE. They have no idea what's actually going on. You have no idea.
I don't think a lot of people know about that. I would say most people don't.
Yeah.
A secret dance move at 12:51. I haven't seen this name before. That's a cool name. Just wanted to say that. Great stream as always. Thank you. Lootzilla, free Palestine. Yes, free Palestine, free Congo, free Sudan, free all the people, man.
Yeah.
Lootzilla, Mr. Celente is a gem. Yep. Let's see. Sherry Weiss, give people healthcare too at 1:15. Yep, thank you.
I think that's where we got into the healthcare discussion. Sherry might have triggered that because then that's when Craig brought it up. Said, "Hey, how is your platform? If you're talking about a legitimate third-party presidential platform, how do you give healthcare to people? What do you do?" And I think that's when we got into that little mini, very friendly debate. But it was we got into that at the end.
And I appreciate those.
Yeah.
Let's see. Craig William at 1:21. Can you two see if Celente has been following the mystery of the disappearance of Flight 370 from Malaysia Airlines?
Oh, that's a great. That's a good one.
A lot of them have been very mysterious to me. Whatever happened to, okay, we know the Brazil, is that the one they're talking about? No, Malaysia. The one in Brazil with all the physicians in it or researchers. And then the other
that
horrible,
one just
tragic one
crashed,
from India.
randomly crashed. Yeah. Yeah. We got these ones crashing. This one actually disappeared. This
It
one
disappeared like there's
yeah.
no
Yeah.
wreckage anywhere in the ocean, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh
We
my
have to look
gosh.
into that. I mean, it would have been a good one to ask. So we didn't even get to the main topic with him. You guys know we had to do it with Jay instead. I mean, it was great. We had a great time doing the Ukraine talk, but I actually headlined the episode that we were discussing Ukraine with Gerald, and then it didn't go that way because there was so much else happening, and it was like, oh my God, sometimes these conversations they get out of hand, but in a good way.
Mm-hmm. Q Jones at 134 writes, if you're in USA, you can still go to RT website and watch those shows. Okay.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
RT, we can still watch RT. Now, can we participate as journalists with RT? It's hard, and we still, we'll go and do little bits. And you guys know I've done a few. It's been great. I've had some opportunities to go on RT and do kind of little mini, commentary from LA on the ICE stuff, on some other things as well. But it's, in RT, you can still watch RT, but there are the restrictions in place. There are the sanctions, and people that don't know that Biden put sanctions on RT for communication because it's funded from Russia. It's literally RT, Russian television. And we're not, apparently US money is not, you're not allowed to exchange currency. And that's what sanctions do. They limit, they block currency exchange, and that's a sanction. And so that's free press that is not free. But again, like you can watch it. Can we participate on a professional level? Not technically now. No, we can't. Not technically.
Keel Jones at 145. DEA's whole mission is to organize and oversee drug trafficking. CIA as well. And Craig says, not a peep from the free press. Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
Let's see, I'm trying to breeze through because we are like not even at 1/4, or let's see.
That's okay.
No, it's not okay. I always take forever.
No, it's me. I'm the one it's okay. We're good.
At 152, Keel writes, it will blow over in a couple of weeks. Remember when they were going apeshit over Haiti and Iran? Iran.
Yeah.
I always mess up that word. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. The Haiti thing was momentary. The Iran thing's still in process. That's still going. That's just because it's not a #1 headline. They're moving pieces around. I think, what is this one referring? Is this referring to?
I'll keep going.
Okay, that's fine. But like, it might blow over from the headline, but it's still something we have to keep our eyes on because they're still moving chess pieces around. All of these, including Iran. Yes.
Keel Jones at 152. A lot of great comments from Keel Jones. All Latin expats in Florida are rapidly right-wing. Yeah, I've noticed that, Keel. Latin expats in Florida all want the U.S. corporations to go back in and rape their countries. Ugh. I have seen this and I have heard of it, and I'm learning a little bit more about it. I did see, I don't know if you noticed, Matt, expat signs in Belize as well. And a lot of people who are not Belizean are living there, buying properties, building things, they're starting to build some resorts in Belize. I don't know if you remember driving to Secret Beach, and these big buildings are starting to be developed. So, yeah. All right, let's see. That's okay. I was just.
Yeah, no, that's true. Okay, next.
Zootzilla at 157. The oil of Venezuela say, how do I say that word? Guyana is holding for them as well. Craig at 205. We have two on the concern of the senior senator from South Carolina on the one that shall not be named will pulverize the U.S. And now some Facebook as well. Oh, nice. Hello, Jamila. I'm not sure if you're still watching.
No, he Jeremy recruited Jamil. Just like, good job. There she is. Nice. Thanks for tuning in. Thank you. I appreciate it. That's in our little our little community here. Thank you.
Oh,
Appreciate it.
Sherry tuned in at 2:19, or maybe before that. Sherry, thank you. Hello. Lots of wisdom in religion, but lots of BS too. Oh yeah, I'll say most of it at 2:19. You don't have to post it though. I'm just reading.
No, I got it. There we go. Nice. Okay.
Mouse SF at 2:24. Venezuela needs some democracy.
Venezuela.
Oh my God, are they okay? Is that them? He injured his head. What is that?
So I think he's posing for the shot. I don't know. That's I hope you're okay. Hope you're okay, Mouse SF.
Yeah, is that you? No, really. I hope you're okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Chatter X tuned in too at 2:34. First, the U.S. made sure Euroslaves have no energy to power their industry by destroying the Nord Stream pipeline, and now they will sell them their weapons 6 times the price.
Yeah, it's always been about energy. The proxy war has always been about energy. We've been saying it from the beginning. Nobody wants to hear about it. It didn't take a genius to figure it out. But we watched it in real time. Biden told us he's blowing up the pipeline. We knew it was to stop an energy deal between Germany and Russia. That was what it was about. And now they can sell their weapons 6 times the price. And you're selling more European countries way more into debt. They're the ones that lost the most. These countries are suffering the most. We're suffering here. You know who's not suffering? Russia. Everyone else is. That's the twisted irony of this entire thing, was that this like nefarious plot that has been out in the open that Victoria Nuland and Lindsey Graham been talking about, been plotting, been telling us they're plotting this since 2013, 2014. Obama, we don't even talk about the biolabs anymore that were built, the Burisma stuff, the Hunter Biden laptop, all of it. It's all there to show us this evil plan to bait Russia into war, force them into having to defend their border and defend these areas in the Donbass that we were helping to bomb and murder people for years, for a decade. And here we are, fast forward 3.5 years into this thing, and who's suffering? Did we stick it to Russia? Did we flatten their economy? Did we force the people in Russia to take down their leader because their economy was ruined? No. Everyone else is suffering. Ukraine's the worst off. The European countries are second worst off. We're pretty bad here too. Obviously, we've been footing the bill the whole time. Russia's economy is booming. Putin's approval rating booming. Russia's
but that's not what the mainstream wants to tell us.
Yeah,
average Joe American, Fox and MSN or MS News, whatever it's gonna turn into, and CNN especially. I feel like the CNN is the worst. ABC, all these are garbage. KTLA, they're all horrible. But that's not what they're telling us, and that's I feel like most Americans, maybe I'm wrong, and I hope I'm wrong, they believe all this crap that's been told by them. And just recently, we were on vacation, and somebody pulled up their phone and said, "Can you believe?" And do you remember the little article on their phone was something about, was it Donald Trump talking to
Trump
Putin?
is talking to Putin. It's
like, if we couldn't get any worse, look at what the president's doing. He's talking to another world leader. And I saw your face, Matt. I was like, where can Matt even begin to have this conversation?
You can't because you're concerned about the opposite thing you should be concerned about. We're talking about real shit here. We're talking about the ineffectiveness of the meeting. We're talking about the theater of the meeting. You're talking about being afraid that a U.S. president wants to meet with a foreign adversary and have a conversation. That's your problem? You think that's a problem? No, the problem is the opposite, is we're saying it might not go anywhere. We hope it does. We hope that in a perfect world, that meeting leads to a effing end of this thing. That's what, but we can't even, how do we start that conversation with someone who's like, no, you don't talk?
Where do you begin?
I don't know where to begin.
And by the way, sorry.
Here's where we begin. This is where you begin, and this is where you end it with one sentence.
Well, how do you begin? Do you ask them, tell me what you know about it?
No, well, if you want to have a long conversation, that's the perfect way. Tell me what you know. I love it. Actually, that's great. You just kind of ruined my idea of cutting it short.
No, let's hear it.
My idea was, if you want to cut it short, you can start it the way you end it. You can say, hey, listen, we might disagree on this, but one thing I know we agree on is that I'm going to tell you nothing's going to come from this, so you don't have to worry. it's going to be exactly what it was before this happened. I'm telling you. I know it's a scary thing, them talking, but it's not actually leading to anything. So you're going to be okay. I tell the same people about that are afraid of RFK Jr. messing up our vaccines. I tell them, don't worry, nothing's going to happen. You get to keep your vaccines, have as much mRNA as you want, and then we'll just end the conversation there. That's my idea. But I like yours. That's actually really good. Really good.
If you have the time,
Yeah.
I don't know. Speaking of world leaders, I don't know if you covered it because I was off for a little bit, but you've covered it in the past with the leader of El Salvador, and I'm sure you've heard about this.
Yeah,
maybe
Maduro.
not.
I'm sorry.
No.
I thought you said. I thought you said
Bukele.
Venezuela.
Forget his
No,
first
yeah,
name.
I'm sorry. I thought you said Venezuela.
Something about him
wanting
to stay in power. And I feel like when he first got into power, all the people, all my family in El Salvador were like, we like the guy. He's cleaning up the streets and we feel safe now, and economy, whatever. Everyone liked him. And now there's a little bit of a change of heart in a lot of people. They were like, people are starting to go, he wants to stay in power. So at least that has started, I think. I don't know what you have learned about it, and if we have time. You know what?
Well,
We should
I
move
mean,
on.
I'll sum it up like this. Anytime you think that there is, anytime you think that there's a legitimate person in power cleaning up the city or cleaning up the town, and then they're sitting down with warmongers and high-fiving with them about it, and doing what we saw, human trafficking, like legalized human trafficking was what was going on. You were putting a price tag, they were putting a price tag on the people we were shipping to the super prison and high-fiving about it. And I think that we have to always, you don't even have to know the details of all that to understand. You always go back to the beginning. Say, how did El Salvador get bad in the first place? What did we do? What did the American imperialism, the U.S. war machine do to create that horrible environment to begin with, to then have a need for someone to come in and clean things up? We were part of that. We created the chaos in El Salvador that has affected your family and others. We did that. And so this puppet or that seizing power comes in is not your friend just because he's able to maneuver himself into a position to do deals with other warmongers. So this is theater, and we see them sitting around in the Oval Office high-fiving about this. Yes, you should be concerned that you are being played the whole time, creating these chaotic, dangerous environments in order to manufacture consent for anything is better than this, and it gets people on board for anything. Build us big super prison. That sounds right. No due process. That sounds good.
No due process. Shave everybody's head. They all look identical.
Yeah, that sounds great.
ChatterX posted, I think, a couple links. Thanks, ChatterX. I copied and pasted them. But if anyone has time and they posted links, can you guys post in the comments too, please? Because these disappear as soon as Matt presses the button. Thank you, guys. And don't forget to hit the like button.
You want to do a couple more, or how are we on time? I guess we should probably wrap it up.
I've been here such a long time, and I'm not even
we'll
halfway. Well, here, you pick one.
Okay. I love Gonzo Johnny coming on.
Yeah, really, really cool.
Let's see. Yeah, what's up, guy? All of our awesome family here coming on here. Oh, Pamela Drew came on as well.
Oh, yeah, hello, Pamela. Well, Gonzo Johnny at 2:45 p.m. Gonzo, I was gonna say he because I assume it's a he. He writes, in the end, the truth is simple but easily ignored. The whole world did that fake pandemic. That is your answer.
There it is.
But yeah. I feel like, I don't know, half of the population or half of the U.S. is still like, gotta get your vaccines. And have they heard of any of this information? Are they curious about it? Or they're just like, I'm not interested, because people have told you in your face, Matt, I am not interested in talking about that. I don't want to know about it. Don't tell me about it. I don't want to hear about the horrible things Harris did, because I'm also a horrible person. Just, I don't want to know. Yeah. Are some people still like that? Like, ignorance is bliss, right?
Yeah.
Thank you, Gonzo.
And I like this one, Mouse SF.
I was going to say Mouse SF. Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
Nobody will go to jail. We're gonna need a bigger Luigi. Yep.
Yeah, nobody is gonna go to jail.
We're gonna need a bigger Luigi. That's like, I wonder if is that a reference to Jaws? We're gonna need a bigger boat. That's it for Jaws 2. That was the tagline for Jaws 2. We're gonna need a bigger boat.
I also don't even know what's happening with Luigi.
Yeah.
I don't know what's happening with the Menendez brothers. Things are not being really televised anymore. What's the hot thing right now?
Luigi's not. They sidelined that right now. I don't. We're waiting on an update on if he's even getting the court date anytime soon. I don't know. We have to look at that one. Menendez, nothing on Menendez. But Luigi's a big deal. That's a big deal, and they want us to. They've conditioned us to have these very short-term memories, and
Short attention spans.
Yeah, short
like a
attention spans. And they can make something go away if they want it to go away, and then we're gonna be like, oh yeah, what happened to that? Like years from now. But I hope there's more on Luigi. We still don't know the circumstance there regarding everything that happened with that.
Yeah.
Why would they? Yeah, there's so many questions on that one. There's so many questions about the McDonald's thing.
Yeah,
There's
really
so
weird.
many questions there.
And the person who turned him in, and
his little moment, they watch his little Oswald moment where they were like waiting for the kill shot to come in, the Jack Ruby moment that never happened. It was so weird. He was like, he was in the same outfit that Lee Harvey Oswald was in 1963. Same outfit, like the same walk. They were doing the walk, like, come on, somebody shoot him, and it didn't happen. It was so bizarre, so bizarre. So here we are, but yeah, we need to stay up on these. That's why we do this. Guys, that's why we do the show. We got to stay up on the things that mainstream decides that they're ready to sideline and have you forget.
Yeah.
But we don't want you to forget.
And I know some people may be mad at me for this, but free Luigi, free Menendez brothers, free Palestine.
There's nothing.
Free all the people.
Well, there are certain people we know that want those people in an electric chair, specifically Luigi. But that's another. Unfortunate.
Is anyone mad at the CEOs? Anyone mad about at
No.
the corporation owners?
No,
screwing with
Leslie.
our lives.
He had a family, Leslie. He had a family. Luigi needs to be put in an electric chair.
Yeah, and these people indirectly, or I guess directly, kill people too.
Hey, if you're
I'm not
married to a
saying
guy,
murdering.
if you decide to start a family with a guy that runs a company who they make money, billions of dollars off of baiting and switching people off their medical coverage, denying claims that should have been paid. If you are married to someone and you have a family with that person, just know what you signed up for. You signed up to be part of the what do you call it? Like the Legion of Doom. You're part. You signed up for that. You're part of that. The villain team. That's what you did. So you can talk about your family and raising kids and all the things that we do and everybody does. But know that you made that decision to sign up for, Team Supervillain. That's what you did.
Mm-hmm. All right, more great comments from Sherry Wise, Mouse of SF, Gonzo Johnny, Pamela at 323. Contamination was known part of the process. That is biologics without purification. And story about contaminants is distraction. All transfection is deadly. Thank you, Pamela.
Yeah, Pamela.
God, I love talking to you guys.
Pamela's been consistent on that, and I think she mentioned earlier that Celente did not bring up transfection. I mean, yeah, a lot of our guests don't do that, and that's just how it is. But there's a lot more to it. I know that one of our guests, we had Justin Leslie. He might come on again soon. I've been in touch with him. He talks about he talks about transfection. He talks about the creation of the virus. Viruses don't actually exist. That's his theory about viruses don't actually exist, and they're man-made. They're fabricated. So there's a lot of different. We've had so many conversations on this show, but I think the point is not everybody in the medical freedom movement agrees on everything. Some people deliberately stop the conversation at a certain point and don't want to go any further. But we're just happy to be able to be here and just have these conversations at all. We just love that we can do that, and we learn as we go too. We learn as we go. So.
I'm very interested in that, in the viruses don't even exist thing.
No.
I'm really interested. I want to learn more. I want to know what their process is. I really am interested in that. Look who tuned in with Shigo at 325. Hello. Thanks for tuning in. It's okay that you're late. You can watch later.
Yep.
We did
you
have
can
a
watch
great
later.
break. Thank you.
Very cool.
Lots of cool comments. Gonzo, Zootzilla, thank you. Pamela, Drew, Sherry Wise. Oh, thank you guys.
I think we're
Yeah,
good.
we're turning in.
I think we're good.
Zootzilla. I already read it, but it's funny. I am having a bad hair day. Okay, I'll comb it later.
You're good.
Let's see. Yeah, thank you, Sherry. With she go?
Yeah.
Yes, I joined Twitter with. I forgot what my name was.
Oh, you gotta tell people you're on Twitter.
Can people message me on Twitter? See, I don't know anything.
Yeah, they
Okay.
got DMs just like everything. Yeah, you DM you. Yeah.
I will find out what my Twitter name is. It's probably Les Weinglass. I don't know. You know what? I'm so bad. I
You know
created one and I have not touched it.
I'm gonna find it right now and I'm gonna share it. Let's see. Here we go. We'll end it with
Fred
this.
Edward,
I think people are gonna want to know your Twitter, and they're gonna want to know it because you just started off. You don't have a banner yet, even, so people know this is a new channel.
I don't have a banner.
I'm gonna share. Yeah, you know, it's like any of the other ones. You throw up your own banner, like on Facebook, on Instagram. It's the same thing. So you can do that in your editing of your profile. Okay, here we go. There she is. Les Weinglass.
Oh, that is me.
That is it, guys. Follow Leslie.
A good picture.
Let's E Weinglass. It's on her Twitter, her new account. And you guys could be the first ones to follow her. That'd be awesome. And you know, it's funny on Twitter, you get to, if you go and scroll back, they keep the time. Twitter keeps it in a funny timeline of the order of followers. So guys, get in now and be in their top original followers, because Twitter keeps track of the timeline of when, you know, who followed first. So get in there now.
Yeah, and now we can talk and say hello and talk about other stuff.
Yeah.
I'll end with these from Gonzo. No more wars, no more fake pandemics and mass murder through vaccine schemes and fraud. No more pedos protected by presidents and governments.
There it is.
We got to learn to be brutally honest.
We got to learn to be brutally honest. That's what
I love that.
Love it.
Learn
Love
to
it.
be brutally honest.
Love it.
Thank you guys.
Great way to go out with a bang today. Great to be back. Leslie, thanks for coming back with me on Talking Back. And thanks to all you guys for tuning in and engaging with us today.
Thank you guys.
Okay. We'll see you next time.
I didn't even say Foo Flun's 531 name. I think, was that on Rumble? Did I miss a lot of Rumbles?
You might have.
Vin Dubia. Vin Garoon. Wait, why didn't these appear when I was reading them out loud? There's a lot of names that I didn't even, I don't know, like in the middle.
Okay. It's all right. Sometimes StreamYard gets screwy.
There was a lot of comments today, though. So thank you to everyone who tuned in. We appreciate your support. Thank you.
Yes. Awesome. Thanks, Leslie. Okay.
Bye, guys.
Okay. All right, guys. We have one more segment for you. Actually, we had two, but I'm going to go ahead and bump. I'm going to bump the, what's it called? I'm going to bump the Hollywood till Tuesday. I want to spend some time on that one. It's the Aubrey Plaza. There's actually a lot there that I want to look into, but it has to do with the there's a lot more to it than I guess she lost her husband to suicide, but there's a little bit more going on there, and I want to dig into. So we'll wait on that one for Tuesday. In the meantime, we will do a loudest voice of the week to finish off the week strong. Before that, we're gonna get a little word in from our friends here at World Food Harvest. Check it out if you haven't heard about it yet. These guys are awesome. They're right here in LA. Here it is. Okay, let me take a moment to introduce you to our good friends over at World Harvest Food Bank right here in LA. World Harvest has been serving families across Los Angeles for 18 years now, and they started with this simple idea. Everyone deserves access to healthy, affordable food no matter what they're going through. With their Cart with a Heart program, families can walk away with a full cart of groceries, fresh produce, dairy, meat, and pantry supplies for just a $50 contribution. That's for the entire cart. That same cart would cost over $300 at a typical grocery store. At World Harvest, everyone is welcome. They don't ask for income verification, ID, or any paperwork. No. Basically, their doors are open to anyone who's doing their best, but just needs a little extra push to get by. If you're an Angelino like me, you know the times have been tough here. First with all the union strikes, the LA fires, and now the ICE raids going on. It seems like we're living in a constant state of uncertainty. And that's why it's so important to support local charities like World Harvest, because they aren't just helping the community. They're an essential function in its very survival. World Harvest is located at Venice and Arlington. And right now, you can use our special discount code THL20 for 20% off your contribution amount at checkout. And if you're not in the LA area, you can still help out with a $50 donation, which will provide a full cart of food for a family by going to worldharvestfoodbank.org or scan the QR code for more info. Or you can just spread the word. Follow them online. Let people know they're here for them, because at the end of the day, it's about providing choice, access, and relief without barriers. World Harvest Food Bank. End hunger now. That's World Harvest, guys. We're gonna. What are we getting? Oh yeah. Get that code out to people. If you have people here in LA, it's the THL20, and it gets that full cart that you get of groceries that you're generally gonna. It's actually more than 300. If you guys do the math about filling up a cart, and they actually overfill your cart here. It actually goes beyond the top of the cart. And you get to take the whole thing home. It's $50 normally. 20% off that, it's actually $40. It would be like closer to $400 actually. If you do the math, if you go to Ralph's or you go to, one of these other, go to these other, like Sprouts. It's going to be even like closer to $500 to do that. But this is like the healthiest stuff you can get. Yeah, it's something you guys should check out, or get the code out to people if you know them here in LA. If you're not here, tell them to go to World Harvest and fill up a cart. It's for everyone. It's not, this is like anybody can come in, and you just tell them the THL20 means you saw it on our show, and it's an additional. Yeah, Glenn will be there, or his other staff will be there. Be happy to help you guys, and I'll throw that website up one more time. You guys can get more info at the website, worldharvestfoodbank.org, and that's the code THL20. Go on in with it, and there you go. World Harvest. Okay, last segment of the day, and we'll do, like I said, we'll do the Holly Woke next on Tuesday, and we'll have a bunch of stuff planned for you guys Tuesday and next Thursday as well. We're just glad to get back into the rhythm of things. So without further ado, let's do to end the week off strong. Let's go ahead and do Loudest Voice of the Week. Here we go. Hey everyone, we're looking at the Loudest Voice of the Week this week. Bassem Youssef. We saw that he went on a interview with Theo Von. Theo Von is one of those podcasters. If you guys know this guy, he's been slowly momenting his way into the Free Palestine arena. Sometimes it takes people a little longer than others, and that's fine for whatever reason. If it took you 2 years to figure it out, took you 3 years to figure it out, fine. But you figured it out. And Bassem Youssef goes on to tell Theo Von, and he's got a pretty massive following. So this is a good education where he's able to go through the Zionist lies bit by bit and educate not just Theo Von, but you're educating his audience on how the lies work and what to look for. So this is what we call when we give people tools to use when they're going into battle. When you're getting verbally attacked by a Zionist, or you're in the middle of like a public situation and something like this. These are techniques you can use. So it's very good that he did this. Let's watch. This is like a 4-minute or less situation. So we'll watch it play out. I'll stop it if anything comes up, but just take mental notes yourself. But these are the good moments that we utilize this medium for podcasting. A lot of people watching, obviously a lot more people watching Theo Von's show, which is good. So take it away, Bassem.
Important thing about October 7th, which I find there is like a big failure of the American media. When October 7th happened, everybody was talking about raping women, decapitating children, putting women in oven. Even Anthony Blinken, the Secretary of State, he went into Congress and he described this scene about Hamas militants going into a house, raping the woman, blinding the father, cutting the limb of a child, cutting a finger of another child, and then cutting the chest, the breast of a woman, and playing football with it and raping it. And I said, wait a minute. How is this happening during war?
It's the same question I had. I swear to God, I was thinking the same thing. This doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. What kind of situation are you hang gliding your way over a wall, landing, doing a quick operation that was pre-planned, that was thought through? When does all this take place? And then he's going to expand. This is good. Talk about the Israeli defense system that they have in place, that they're supposed to have in place. So where was that? So these are the questions we should have had immediately on October 7th. Like literally that weekend, we should have been asking these questions. So go ahead.
Where are the Israeli Apache fighters? Where are the response? Because, I understand how big is Israel. Israel is like as small as New Jersey. And in that area of New Jersey, there is you see it it's almost there.
It's the same.
Yeah, almost there. Yes, a little bit. And you understand Israel has airfields and military camps in every 5 seconds. It's like Starbucks in New York.
Yeah.
The response should be less than 5 minutes.
Yeah.
It took them 8 hours.
Yeah, I need a Venti missile.
Now, that testimony that I just gave you by Anthony Blinken came out to be wrong. So he went and gave that graphic detail in order to bring money, to get money to be sent to Israel.
I like how he uses the word wrong. It's very nice. It's very careful, but we know what he means. He means it was a lie. It was a deliberate, bald-faced lie. That's what it was. It's also wrong, but it's a lie. So let's be clear. But yes, to get money. Exactly, to get money. Perfect.
These testimonies came out to be untrue, false, fabricated, because they were promoted by rescue groups in Israel. They're called Zaka and Hezbollah United. Zaka, Z-A-K-A. Zaka is a group that has been known to be lying. They fabricated babies in oven, babies in laundry line. Israeli media artists, Channel 12, they said that these people have lied to us and they have collected so much money because of the graphic details. And you understand, these are lies that has been repeated by Biden, Anthony Blinken, the State Department, in order to justify the absolute maximum killing of Israel to Palestine. So this was made on a lie.
So it's propaganda, yeah.
It's propaganda. Because, I'm not going to tell you they killed 1 million people. They raped women. They decapitated babies. That have a much more stronger effect, because what a baby could do to you.
Baby could do nothing.
And then
climb up your leg a little.
You decapitate him? You must be a monster. So now these are monster death cult worshippers that we can kill and we can bomb everybody. You see that?
So it's a perspective.
Yeah, that's called manufacturing consent. False flag operation, manufacture consent, using the emotions of people against you. You guys all know where you were. Do you remember where you were after October 7th that weekend? I remember where I was. Well, Leslie and I were in Mexico, but we came back. We had a producers function here in LA. And I remember we were talking about a documentary, and it was an anti-war documentary, actually, about Ukraine. Actually, that was what we were talking about in this producer guild meeting. And then afterwards we're talking about, and October 7th just happened, and there were people in tears going, oh my God, what just happened? And I remember thinking, oh my God, okay, let's just take time out. Let's take a breath. And there were people they were so angry. They go, I was with you with the Ukraine thing, but now what are you saying? I'm saying that there's something wrong here. You're not getting all the information. I'm telling you, you're not getting all the information. I promise you, they're all the same. It's the same shit every time. So this is Theo Von having this epiphany now, which is great. But you should really have been concerned about this right away if you know how this works. Noam Chomsky could tell you how this works. He coined the phrase manufacturing consent. That's what yes, that's all propaganda, triggering your emotion, using it against you. But yes, good for Theo for understanding this and his audience getting to hear this.
perspective. You're like framing it.
And
so you're saying, but who's doing that? The Israeli media?
Yeah, the Israeli media. Because all of the, and not just the Israeli, the American media have propagated these stories, and they have never taken back or refuted a single story.
Oh, American media is
even
not good.
And and what would be, what made me like go crazy? The Israeli made us like, guys, this didn't happen. So this is like the strongest bro code I've ever seen in my life. It's like you're lying for your bro, and your bro's like, dude, that didn't happen. That didn't happen. So America is lying hard for Israel, while Israel itself, the Israeli media say like, guys, that didn't happen. Yeah. All of these lies didn't happen.
Yeah, and they expect us not to know the difference between when Israel is talking to Israelis and they're talking in Hebrew. They can be more candid, and like you said, we're contradicting each other. That's what we're actually doing here. We're contradicting each other because we're kind of sugarcoating it for Western media audience, for American media audience, for European audience. We're sugarcoating this. It's not a genocide, and they just want to get the hostages and October 7th, babies in ovens and all this stuff. Where if you listen closely to the Hebrew, and we have the translations to do so because we don't speak Hebrew, but we have the translations to do so, we can see that they're being directly more honest with their own civilians there. They're telling them that we got to get that we want to get rid of any potential future terrorist that's going to come and burn more or not burn babies, but they're going to come and kill. They want to kill all Israelis, so we're going to kill all of the babies. They're telling us this. Let's kill everybody in Gaza so they don't grow up to be terrorists. And then as far as October 7th goes, they all know about the Hannibal Directive. They know that that's a do whatever it takes to get to the goal. They know these things because it's a different mindset. It's a mindset of we don't have a moral compass. We just have a goal to win. How do you win? By any means necessary. That's how you win. So you can be more honest about it with the people in that mindset, where American audience has to be a little more careful about how you maneuver this good guy versus bad guy theater. So and then those narratives will clash a lot. They'll clash a lot. You have Israelis celebrating rape and rioting, protesting against a rapist being held accountable. They want rapists on the street. So they're very honest about that stuff. Here, it's you gotta spin it. You gotta do the babies in ovens. You can't apologize for it. And then you have to return the hostages. That's it. That's the only thing. That's all they want. All Israel wants is the hostages and nothing else. No, Israelis know what they want. They want the Greater Israel Project. They're very aware of what they want because that's part of the scripture. That's part of the Zionist philosophy. They want it all. And they're going to tell them. They're just going to do it in Hebrew. That's all. But luckily, Bassem articulated that part well, specifically the lies about October 7th. And so just use these talking points when you can. And Theo Vaughn's audience will certainly be more enlightened because of this. So that's why we're giving Bassem. And I don't know the date this actually happened, but if you guys are seeing it for the first time that we're seeing it, that was this week. And that's why we're giving Bassem Youssef the loudest voice of the week. Okay, let's end the show. That was a good almost 4 hour and a half, 4 hours and change show today. It's good to be back, guys. Thanks to everybody to being part of the Homeless Left, and especially today's show. It was a great one. Thanks to Leslie coming on there, helping at the end there. It's always nice to have a little help there on engaging with you guys, but we love to do that with you. So we appreciate all of you out there. Thanks to Craig Pasta, co-host Jay Scott, and to our guest, GERALD CELENTE. Excellent conversations. Look for the uploads of the segments coming to the channels very soon, or watch the full replay on our Rumble channel. We appreciate it. And we'll see you guys back here next week, next Tuesday, next Thursday, same bat time, same bat channel. That's the Homeless Left, a non-tribal approach to news. And remember, guys, always go out in the world with the same principles that we have, which is about having principle. So have principle, act out of courage, act out of curiosity. And I think that was it. Yeah. Courage, principle, curiosity. You guys know the drill. That's about it. And we'll see you guys next time, and stay non-tribal, stay non-tribal. Okay. Power to the people. and free Palestine. I'll leave you with a little tidbit from Putin, who's going to tell a journalist, a Western media pundit, that's not how to do journalism. He's going to educate him on why his journalism is not actually journalism. Take it away, Putin, and we'll see you guys next week. Have a great weekend.
Тебя посмотреть, да? Я сейчас посмотрю. Я сейчас посмотрю. Прямой вопрос задам, откровенный.
Дайте мне ответить. Вы же мне задали вопрос, вам не нравится мой ответ, но вы меня сразу прерываете. Это некорректно. Вы мне просто, если вы наберетесь терпения, дадите мне сказать до конца то, что я хочу сказать, вам все станет ясно. Но вам не нравится мой ответ. Вы не хотите, чтобы мой ответ слышали ваши зрители. И вот в чем проблема. Вы затыкаете мне рот. Разве это свобода выражения собственного мнения? Или это свобода выражения собственного мнения по-американски?